ask everybody to please turn their phones off or on silent, so we try not to have any interruptions. We'll start this meeting out with the Pledge of Allegiance led by the, what group is it here? Boy Scouts?
Yes, sir.
Y'all mind doing that for us, please? Everybody stand.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll also stand while you're there. We'll get Magistrate John Snow. He's in the 5th District. He's going to lead us in prayer.
Gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to come together to do your business. Father, we pray that we would do the business of Nelson County in a way that brings honor and glory to you and best represents our constituents. We ask these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, John. Boy Scout group, where are y'all from?
Louisville, Kentucky.
I'm sorry?
Our troop is in Louisville, Kentucky.
They're both 8th graders out of St. Joe
Yeah.
School.
Right.
They're part of Troop 327 out of Louisville, St. Albert. They're both very active. Y'all got some good Boy Scouts here to help you start your meeting today.
And what's your name?
Jay Thomas.
Jay Thomas?
This is Hayden Thomas and Sam Dalrymple.
Yeah.
They've both been in Boy Scouts since their 1st grade. They're both in 8th grade now and working on they're working up to their Eagle rank.
Right.
They're pretty established
Good.
Boy Scouts.
Thank y'all for doing that.
Appreciate it.
We've got a group coming in today. We're going to actually showcase, and it's I've asked Adam Wheatley to recruit them. So Adam, you want to introduce them?
Yeah, so we've got a group from Nelson County Schools FFA program. Their advisor, John Hammond. John, you want to introduce the young ladies you got with you?
Actually, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So, ladies, go ahead.
Stand over here.
Well, good morning. My name is Cecilia Rogers. I'm the president of the Nelson County Schools FFA chapter.
Good morning, I'm Katie Cecil. I'm the vice president of the Nelson County Schools FFA chapter.
So the National FFA organization is an intercurricular student-led organization focused on the development of leadership and pursuit of agriculture education. Through FFA, students are given a place to explore different facets of agriculture, develop themselves as a leader and professional, and foster meaningful relationships with the students around them. As an FFA chapter, we are composed of students from both Nelson County High School and Thomas Nelson High School as one conjoined entity, the Nelson County Schools FFA chapter. We strive to better our community through both observable acts of service and development of well-rounded, involved young adults.
This year, our chapter is focused on these two goals in a multitude of ways by providing members opportunities to serve and refine their abilities. Each month, our executive team composed of 10th through 12th graders of both schools, students who have just demonstrated commitment in our chapter and applied to hold leadership positions, plan opportunities, and to achieve the goals of our school. Excuse me, stumbling over my words.
Most notably this year in service, we have organized volunteer work for organizations such as the Bardstown Optimist Club. We work the Optimist Youth Boat, Feeding America Kentucky's Heartland Volunteer Center, packing meal bags, the Guthrie Opportunity Center, aiding with their Festival of Trees event preparation, Mill Creek Baptist Church volunteering to cook meals for underprivileged members of our community. In addition to volunteering our time, we also recently raised roughly $500, which our chapter account doubled for the purpose of sponsoring 7 children's Christmases within the Nelson County school system. We are also working in conjunction with the Nelson County Farm Bureau Federation and the Kentucky Department of Agriculture to develop a Nelson County Schools FFA Challenge coin in order to combat farmer suicide and recognize agriculturists for all they do for our community.
Most notably this year, in our student development, we have hosted our annual Autumn Fest, in which students were able to spotlight their supervised agricultural experience projects to members of our community. In October, we attended the 95th National FFA Convention and Exposition in Indianapolis, bringing over 40 students, including students from the Old Kentucky Home Middle School and Winfield Middle School FFA chapters at this convention. Our chapter was fortunate enough to compete in 3 national competitions: the Food Science CDE, where we received the bronze rating, the Agri-Science Fair, which we placed 10th in the nation, and received the National 3-Star rating, the highest rating a chapter can receive. In addition to the work of current students have been doing this year, the current state FFA president, Benjamin Williams, and recent alums of the Nelson County Schools FFA chapter. The Nelson County Schools FFA chapter greatly appreciates you for this opportunity to come and share our mission in action with you all today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for doing that, and girls, y'all did a great job.
Thank you.
One of my things that I talked about is trying to have communities or different organizations come in throughout our meetings throughout the years. And I think most people know what FFA and 4-H, some of them are, but there's a lot more out there that do a lot of community service and give them about 5 minutes to come up and talk about what they do and what they can do and let people know they're there and get some media attention. So that's the reason that I'm trying to do that. We want to introduce, we got a new maintenance man today, Richard Torres. Is he here?
Yes. Morning.
This is Richie Torres. You go by Richie?
Yes, I go by Richie.
He's going to be one of our new maintenance guys. We had one that passed away, so he's going to replace him. His main focus is going to be the big courthouse, just let everybody know. Justice Center. And, but he'll be in maintenance, in our maintenance staff, so I want everybody to know that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good to be part of the team. I also want to recognize, if any other public officials that just got elected, I think Jay Williams is here. Jay, you here?
Yes.
You mind standing? Daniil? Jay's a PVA, Daniil the coroner. Let's see anybody else here tonight. Justin Hall's he here? Oh, there's Justin. How'd I miss you? And then, so we've got 3
Sheriff.
newly elected, and got Raymond, sheriff. He just got reelected. Did you run against anybody?
No opposition, sir.
So is that the only ones out here? Anybody else I missed?
Chip.
Who is it? Oh, that's a Chip. Got Chip over here. Of course, you got Jeanette Sybottom and Chip McKay, Adam Whitley, Keith Metcalf, M.T. Harnan, Jeff Lear, John Snow. And so everybody got reelected. And some of us have moved, just to let everybody know. And if I missed anybody, I apologize. Okay? The city of Barstow named a new fire chief, Todd Spalding. He took place, but he's not here, I don't think. He's been in the community a long time. I just want to recognize him too, because I think he's going to be a very good fire chief, joining the team there. I also want to say that I want to say a thank you basically to Bernard Ice, Eric Shelburne, Gary Coulter, Matthew Height, Buck Snellen, Tracy Bonzo, Nikki Raper, that all had served in the community, and also Freddie DeWitt that retired, the captain of the New Haven Fire Department. He just left, and he's going to stay active, but he's not going to be the chief anymore. So, and then Nikki Raper that filled in there for 6 months, I think he did a good job. So I just want to thank all of them. I don't know if them's here or not, but I just want to recognize them. Okay. We'll do first order of business is approval of the minutes. Of course, we've got some new people here. Anybody got any questions on that?
None noted. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Motion by Magistrate Keith Metcalf, and a second by Mr. Wheatley. Anybody got any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. I really got I've got old business on there. Let me stop that for anybody in the public. I want to thank everybody for showing up too, just in the public, to come in and see what's going on. But we've got agendas up here. We've got budgets, sheriff budgets, the clerk's budget. We got some information from the sheriff. So anybody's welcome to get into this stuff. I should have said that earlier. So if anybody wants to know that. Bills and transfers.
There's a few up there.
Any questions on that for Rhonda?
I ain't get this.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time.
I see we paid the bill on your flooring.
Yes,
Did it turn out good? Good job. I haven't been down there since I did it.
and you did a great job.
So I had a little bit of water leak. Ten City went down and seen it, made them replace some of
The
it.
place said it looks really good. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, just for the public. They had a water leak. I don't know if they talked about that last time or not. And they removed some of it. They just laid that floor in the area that was really because I had experience in it in my business. It made, the glue basically got, liquidized, so they replaced some of it. So the cost was a little bit higher than the original quote, just because of that, because they had to replace some of it. And I don't know if is there any possibility to, what was the difference in that budget and bill?
I think it was $3,000.
$3,000. Is there any way to get any insurance back on any of that? I don't know what our deductible is. 500? So there's a possibility to file a claim?
I'd see policy. Be glad to look at it.
Y'all agree with that?
But the work's already been done.
Right.
Yes.
Sometimes that can cause a problem.
Well, we had to do it because we leaked that.
I understand, but I'm just be prepared for that.
And we had a computer also that we had to buy if you're gonna do the insurance. I would add that to it.
Computer downstairs that
Downstairs.
leaked in?
Still have it,
Well, we had to replace
but
it.
you still have the damage one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anything out of the ordinary that you see, I don't see any of that.
Not this time on field, I didn't have that many, really.
No transfer.
But we haven't paid that. We haven't, have we already paid that? We haven't paid it yet, have we? The court?
It's due today.
But I would pay it this afternoon if you approve it for payment. If not, I can hold it.
There's no reason not to pay it, is there?
Well, I was asking you about the insurance side.
Oh, that won't affect
Go ahead
it.
and pay
That
it
won't
and
affect
reimburse
it.
it.
No, that won't affect it.
All right.
They may ask for receipts, et cetera, but that won't affect it.
You're just saying because the damage
I'm
is
saying
already
that most of the
been
time,
fixed without
they
them.
like to see it before, one of the duties of the insured is to inform the company as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's gonna make it impossible or
I
a problem, but
understand
just,
that, but,
Jay,
Something
we
to be
have some pictures and a video that'll help.
yeah.
I've got pictures too, and I was down there when they were doing
Yeah.
this. I knew the guys that were landed, so, but, all right, I need a motion.
One quick question, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Rhonda, on the first page there where it says Wickland Condition Assessment Draw 1, it says it's from the Trigg Estate. Do they reimburse us from that?
They had
Or-
actually already paid us. those
Okay,
funds.
so it's just
And we
paying
approved that
for,
project a few months ago, so
Gotcha.
this is the first draw on that assessment.
Can you maybe explain to him what that is, Rhonda?
Correct.
Brad?
So the Trick family asked us to get a structural engineer, a historic preservation engineer. I don't know if you were at that meeting when the court approved it.
seems like I remember hearing it, yeah.
Okay, so basically they're gonna come in, do an assessment of the facility, and what'll probably come out of that is a list of projects that could potentially be done.
Right.
The reason the court at that time approved that, maybe that's a way that the Trigg Association or the Friends of Wickland, I think is what they call themselves, can maybe go out and raise some money for particular projects
Yeah.
through a third-party engineer.
But the assessment itself is paid for by the fund.
Yes, and we're paying for it out of those funds.
Ron, we just got one pack of bills today.
Yes, I'm working on additional
Bills,
bills.
No transfers.
Yes, there's one transfer in there
On
from
the
Jay.
right, on
Yeah,
the
I saw
last
something
page,
today.
pay bills and transfers,
It's on the very last page, Jay.
ones I recorded for
My
December.
hands are sweating, everything's sticking together.
We've done some nervous.
I think it's like 97 degrees in there. I'll make a motion, we pay bills and transfer.
Second.
Motion by Lear, second by Snow. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Jeanette, if I get out of line, you let me know.
Tim, did you hit anything with the old business, or is it just coming back to that?
Yeah, I'm coming back to that because I don't know technically old business or new business because I wasn't here, so I think it's all new business to me. So anybody got any discussion that they want to talk about in your business? I know I've got some of that incorporated in this probably. Is there anything y'all want to talk about old business wise that we won't get?
Just a suggestion, it's your court, but to put that at the end, just in case we don't get in there.
Put old business at the end?
Yeah.
So
And new
when we
business.
get there, we're probably gonna get to a bunch of the old business and a lot of the new business, so put them at the end, you know. You'll catch it.
That's not my court, it's your court, it's our court.
You said the agenda also.
The, county clerk, report and discussion, Jeanette Sidebottom.
Yes, I'd like to ask you all to approve the budget as presented. It's a little harder with our budget because you never know how many people's moving into Nelson County with the vehicles. We did increase the deputies' pay salaries, just in case I need to hire an extra person. Looking at maybe hiring one full-time person and one part-time person.
What's the total increase? This year,
It's not I don't know exactly the total, I didn't bring the
It's
license.
over here if you want to get a copy of it.
But we do,
Yeah, but I don't think we got last year's over here too. You got
County clerk.
22s?
It says 23.
Yeah, you got
And then-
22s.
I got the actual.
Okay, so you've got the previous, so that's the new one.
Yeah, that's got,
and you can note, there will be some excess fees, but again, we probably may have to do an amendment on through the year, just in case, because mainly that's the increase. The excess fees will increase.
I'll make a motion to approve the clerk's budget as presented.
Second.
motion by
Second,
Webb,
Adam.
second by Weekly. Any more discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. We're going to talk about the voting machines just briefly, just for a few minutes. We've got a long agenda today, but Jeanette, you know, y'all, I don't know how many were here before. I guess somebody attended some of these late meetings in the past few months. And what's the name of the company, Jeanette? Harp. They came in, did a demonstration, and probably at the next regular meeting, we can start digging into that and really see where we have to go. But was it 2014 they had to be in?
224.
Or 24, I'm
But
sorry.
we'd like to get at least one election under our belt with training our poll workers.
Well, the question, you've got 20, you see, you've got 13 polling stations? 14 polling
with the voting
stations?
center. Yeah, with the voting center.
And do you have to have
You have to have at least one in each.
one in each polling center?
But
So-
just because of when we combine, some of them are so large, especially like the voting center,
Mhm.
we need 2, possibly 3.
Because next year's election,
This year will be governor and the statewide offices, then 24 will be presidential again. So presidential is gonna be, the huge turnout. This will be a lower one.
there'll be a lower
Yeah.
turnout, so.
So this is a good one to train on because it's a little bit less of a turnout,
Right.
that would be a goal.
That proposed number you gave us, because you got bid it out on that, was about 350. And
About
you
350.
could probably cut some of the fat out of it, some of the extra equipment he was talking about. But regardless, talking to Jeanette, there's another pool of money that you've got to buy the books.
The e-poll books will be paid 100%. Fiscal Court has to put the money up front, and then it will be reimbursed by the state. We have to have those by May of this year. We've already signed off on, what was it, 2034? Anyway, we had to have a number that we
I think it was
needed.
You've got, I don't have that information, I don't think.
No,
So
it's already been approved.
That's all been approved and
Yes.
done, and it'll be 100% reimbursed.
100% reimbursed. Fiscal
Okay.
Court pays first, and then we will be
Because there
reimbursed.
was some confusion, a little bit even for me, about the grant money on the
Right.
voting machines, and that's not the same pool of money. So you can explain that if you want that.
Well, it was supposed to be 12.5 million for the electronic poll books, and then another 12.5 million the next year, the following year. So once they reimburse all the counties, because most of the counties had the new machines, so, well, not the e-poll books, I'm getting on the wrong one. E-poll books will be 100% reimbursed. If there's any money left from them, they will divvy it out to the counties that do not have the new voting machines. Can't say how much, and they have no idea.
Well, how many counties have the new voting machines, do you know?
Most of the counties, Harp, I think, does 80 counties out of the 120, and we're five out of them. The other counties have ES&S, another voting, another vendor from, I'm thinking Florida, Nebraska. The other counties have them.
So 75 counties
Already have.
already have.
Already have them.
That's just with Harp. Now, the other counties, most of the other counties have theirs too, with ES&S.
Have we had any conversation with these other counties to see what their satisfaction of the machines are and how they?
Not one complaint.
Not one.
Not one complaint.
Good.
Jeanette, you said one election, you want the whole cycle, you want primary and?
If we could.
If we could.
Because it's so hard to train poll workers. We have one night of training, like two or 3 hours, and you're jamming it all in there.
Plus
And
the
that's
thing,
with the old ones that they're used to working with.
plus the thing to think about too is, especially when you're doing with the primary, because you're gonna get such a low turnout, I have more time, my election people that help me have more time to do more one-on-one training with poll workers.
Exactly.
You know, when you get to a general election, it's crazy busy. I don't have time to stop and
You're talking about
train.
4.5 months, is that doable?
They're saying it is, if we get on it.
And how many bids do you expect to be?
One, possibly two. Because really, there's only 2 vendors.
Now,
out there.
Harper's saying that we would have them within a month. The machine is no problem getting them. It's just getting this bid out and
Getting the bid out, right.
Well, my question was, since, and we can kind of anticipate, given previous primary elections, roughly how many people are going to show up to vote.
Right.
Can we get, like, I know we talked about a certain number that we'd like to have, but since this wasn't originally budgeted for this cycle, can we get what we have to have for the primary and then add in what we need for the general into the next budget?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to do like 2 different bids. Now, what Harper's told me, the number he gave you, that's not his bid price. He just
Right.
gave you, this is the list price.
Right.
Now, like you said, if we say, I can't remember how many machines he had on there, and it comes in quite a bit lower, you know, I just don't know until I see the bids. You know what I'm saying?
I think what John's saying is he, instead of buying them all for the May primary, is just put one at each polling station,
Or 2 if you have to have it at, one of the larger
and then
ones.
come back and then buy the rest
Buy
of
the
them.
rest of them later.
In the next budget.
I mean, we can
Because you
look
don't have
at
them in this budget at all, Rhonda, do you?
No.
Because there's none in this
I will
budget.
take that suggestion, because we
Yeah.
had some trouble with this past election. that-
Yeah.
Election
Was
days are
scared.
hectic. I'm a part of the election board, and it's not a sit down and eat cake all day long. They work their tails off,
Yeah.
and it's unreal. Like she said, we've been to the training days, and 3 to 4 hours is not enough to teach 60 to 100 people how to do that job. And for those of you that have worked the polls, you got a sheriff, you got a clerk, and then 2 other employees or volunteers working the poll center and the voting. So it's hectic training, and I would suggest, I'm not saying buying them all at the same time. I would agree with John, buying 2 or 3 per polling place and having better hands-on, smaller scale election, that the turnout's not going to be the same as a bigger election as a presidential.
Well, how many you thinking, if we go with that?
We did 1 in each one, it would be 14, but definitely our voting center would have to
Well,
have.
actually, you've got to think about
Voting
more.
center and
You've got to have one
Thomas
for
Nelson.
in-office, you got to have one for mail-in, so you're looking at least 16 for one.
Do you need one for an extra in case something?
And then, like you said,
In case
then
it
you've
breaks
got to
down.
have some spares.
Because
in
being the
case somebody
first
breaks
time,
down. Yes.
something's probably gonna go wrong and get jammed, and then
Right.
you wanna have another one to put in that place.
Well, and that was always the impetus too about having 2 for each. If one went down, you would still have another machine there.
If one
So people
goes
can
down
still
now,
vote.
you send them to the library, correct?
I'm
If
sorry.
you can't fix it within.
They can go to the library.
They
send them
can.
Instead of waiting
We
around
have to
for an hour. you
send
them
somebody
out.
out with a spare,
Right.
basically, yeah.
Instead of
Yeah, we
having,
had, Boston had
Boston
trouble
went down.
this last, in the general, and we actually had to take the machine down there.
So 2 comments or 2 questions. John and I were at the last Board of Elections meeting, and the question I would want to ask also is, if we make 2 separate orders, do they think inflation's going to affect the price on the second one? Do they have an anticipation? What was the difference between this year versus last year? If you're looking at double-digit inflation, that may have an influence on what we want to do.
Get a hard bid on all of it first, we'll break down
Right.
2 purchases.
Right, but then also, if we look at a partial bid, the machines we have machines that work, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we buy new ones for the busiest,
You can't do that. You can't mix and match.
can't mix and match.
Can't
You
mix
have to
and
pay
match.
Harp to come down and set those old machines
Okay,
too.
okay.
Right.
So you couldn't take
You
4
gotta
or 5
have either one,
places, use
right.
the
You
old
either
ones, and
gotta
then
keep
use
what
all
we
of them.
have or go to new. That's your choices, yeah, unfortunately.
so when we get this bid from Hart, it's more likely gonna be lower than what he presented that
Yeah,
day,
that's what
because
he
he
said.
said
That's what he's telling
that
us,
he
yeah.
just bid full price that day to
Right.
give you an idea of what we're doing.
Right.
Because he didn't wanna let his competition know where his hand was.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Like I said, there's only
I'm
one
gonna
more.
suggest to the court that and you think how many, the first round? 16, you said?
If you wanna have at least a couple spares, I would say at
Okay.
least 18.
All right, I'm gonna suggest to the court that we get bids out for the full amount and let them know that we'll pay for 18 in this budget, and then the other amount after the before the next general election.
Well, can we be sure to, I'm sorry. I didn't-
We gotta take bids out though, we gotta
You
get bids.
Gotta take
bids.
Yeah, but let's do the bids on the 18 to be sure they're gonna work good,
Yeah.
instead of taking the bid out for the whole thing, because if we do the whole thing, and then maybe you all don't like them, you don't like, oh God, they ain't what we thought they were.
We have to have.
Well,
I know we have, but the other group, the other vendor, I don't know. I'm
The
just-
only thing I don't like about the other vendor is Nebraska. Harp is Lexington, if we need him, if we need extra ballots, if we don't go to printing on demand,
That's worth a lot.
he's right there on the bluegrass.
And would the other vendor, would those machines be the same? Are they selling the same machine?
no, I think
No, it's
they're
a
different
different
machines.
So we may not be able to
They're pretty
take
close.
two different ones, right?
Well,
From two different
We
vendors?
wouldn't want to.
Yeah, well, that's gonna put you in
Because
a
that's
weird.
extra training
Yeah.
that you're gonna have to train them on this one, and turn around and train them on this
Yeah.
one
So
also.
if you split it, Keith,
Right, I
they
see
could
it
possibly
now.
come in and get a low bid, and you gotta sell, buy their other ones, you have two different machines.
Right, right.
Okay, so if I recall on the bid that the gentleman presented when he was here, there were, on that bid were several printers.
correct.
Yes,
Well,
print on
And they were like
this.
six,
It was a quote, not a bid, sorry.
it was a quote, but there were several printers, and those printers were like almost $6,700 piece, I do believe.
Correct.
Okay, do we need a printer, as many
No.
printers as he said?
We
We do
don't.
not. If
Okay.
it- I mean, if it was me, if that would be something, like maybe buy one or two printers, because I would like to have one in the office to train myself, that is something we could add later.
Well, my thought was
You know.
4 printers.
Okay,
One in Bardstown, one in Bloomfield, one in Boston, one in New Haven, so that if any of the precincts in those areas have a problem, they've only got to drive 2 to 4 miles instead of driving 50
Well,
miles.
they can print them right there.
No, but there's more than one polling station in New Haven, right, or not? I know
Not
in Bardstown
anymore.
there's several.
No, not
But if,
anymore, they can.
but
buy
the,
them.
We can
the,
buy
bit-
them.
the quote he gave had multiple printers.
yeah, I think he was doing a printer for each polling
Each polling was
station.
like 14.
Correct.
And so cutting back to 4, 10, that's $67,000.
Well,
They're
it's,
saying drive from one polling location to the other and print it out and then go on back.
Or now you run them from Lexington or Frankfurt to here, right?
what
If we run
I,
out,
If we run
yes.
out, yeah.
what happens now is we sit down, there's a formula we have to use. Like I look back at the last primary, you add like at least 10 to 20%. You buy pre-printed ballots.
Right.
And you just ship them out. Generally, I mean, it's been a while since I ran out because generally the polling gets there. So basically, instead of doing the print on demand, I would just do what I've always done in the past, which is just buy pre-printed ballots.
Right.
And then just like say, have a printer like in the office that I could print my own, which would be good too because that's good training for us too. Then when we've done it, it helps us to train our precinct officers
Yeah.
what to look for, and we can
And
buy
we
those
can do the
later.
printers at any time, as long as.
Yeah.
we get these
Exactly, that's why I think that would be a way to trim
Correct.
that down some.
And that's no different than what they're doing now.
And then, I'm jumping ahead here, but is not your office gonna be turning over some excess funds?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are those excess funds budgeted?
No.
So
Partially.
Part of it.
partially, but that excess funds could go toward the purchase of these machines and it wouldn't affect our budget, correct?
As much.
Yeah.
It won't cover all of it, most likely.
All right, I'm gonna
Yeah, it
suggest,
It might.
yeah, it'll be close, so.
It'll be close.
I'm gonna suggest that we, I'll make a,
Put out the bid, yeah.
I want somebody to make a motion that we get the bids for 20 machines. We're gonna get bids on all the machines we need, let them know up front we're only gonna take 20. And then whatever equipment we need with it, then we can always also say we don't need it if he puts a bunch of stuff in there we don't need.
I would make that
And I
motion.
don't know how accurate or inaccurate that would be, but as far as getting the bids and quotes, but as long as she gets that language and we will give her approval to do that,
Yeah, if you give the approval for it,
yeah,
Yeah. I would make
I
the
wanna make
motion
sure the
to
language
allow
is
her to get the bids.
okay. Yeah, that-
yes, you just need to authorize her to do that.
Okay, that motion to authorize her from Wheatley's.
I'll second that.
Let us know. Any more discussion?
Thank you all.
All approve of saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, that motion's passed.
And thank y'all, y'all did an excellent job.
Thank you all, appreciate that.
And Jeanette, you got any other business you need to discuss?
Maybe our building, I hate to, but like today we come in to water in the basement, and those records are so very important. I'm just, if there's something we can do, and I don't even know what we can do.
Where'd it come in at?
The basement, there's a little,
There's a back door. There's a little tiny drain, and it gets
Stopped
covered with
up.
leaves. And it's unfortunately, when it rains really hard and it's, it gets covered with leaves, It comes right in that back door.
So it run down the steps?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it
I'll show you, there's an emergency exit back in the, we call the old records room.
It is a set of steps
No,
going to
sometimes
it.
But there's a little
it does
steps
come down
down
the
there.
steps
Okay.
too.
Well,
It
but
comes
then
through the back
also
door.
today, unfortunately, between the bricks, it's also starting to leak. You can see it running down the wall.
How much water was it?
This morning actually wasn't too bad.
Was it? I mean, they
It's gone all the way
vacuum
across
it
the
up.
floor. It was only like halfway this morning.
It's a 3-inch drain that
Yeah.
comes off the steps there,
Right.
and it goes right into the elevator shaft,
Right.
and the pump that pumps it out to the street.
I had one stop.
Been doing it for years.
Yeah.
You just gotta keep that drain clean and you forget about it and
Yeah.
then we get this
Well,
3-inch
like I
rain.
said,
and
it's, when you get that huge rain too, the drain also is so small, it gets
Right. Can't
overwhelmed
take it
pretty
all,
quick.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's water problems in about every building I've been in.
Yeah,
Just-
I drove through about 20.
Everybody, all these county buildings that I've been in, I think there's water problems, so, and we're gonna address some of that too. So everything, anything else, and then we'll get the maintenance guys to look at that and try to make sure it's opened up at least.
Thank you.
I wanna, stop right there, and I'm gonna let, Jay, I know you wanna be here all day, if you don't mind making talk about your office, anything going on, or let us know how it's going.
Smooth transition, everybody stayed on. Everything's very smooth so far. Went to conference right after at the Mo on December 5th. And I also have another conference coming up in about 2 weeks. And it's the first time they're doing this. They're actually having a conference with a brand new first-term PDAs. So that's a plus where you can get in there. I also have a mentor that's been helping me out throughout this process, but everything's good so far. Knock on wood.
Well, good, I just wanna recognize you, but that way if you have to decide to leave, I don't want you to earn your money sitting here listening to us all day.
Thank you.
Sheriff's report, Raymond, you have a proposed budget.
Yes, I do, sir.
Everybody's got that here. I'm gonna have a question for the sheriff or the Chip on that. We have to have 2 readings on her budget and his budget, or one?
No, one reading.
One reading.
Both of them?
Because you've already passed the original budget. So you only have to have one on this to make amendments or changes to it.
Okay. That's good. That's one thing I'll make sure I'm clear on.
Sorry, what we just voted on for hers was the 2023 budget, right?
Right.
It
There
wasn't
was
the
a budget.
amendment.
The amendment was last week.
Right, the amendment was
Yeah.
last week.
Yeah,
All right.
So this was her budget for
2023.
2023.
Is this fiscal year 2023 or 2024?
This is 2023. Ours runs from January.
Ours is a
Yeah.
calendar
Yeah.
year.
There's a calendar year.
I see. Okay.
So do we need 2 readings on that or just
No.
one? Just
No,
one.
one.
Okay.
Anybody can understand how these laws are written, I don't know. But anyway, everybody's got that in front of them, and I'll put another memo out, and the explanation, I try to explain it in as much detail as I could, and I've got all kinds of scratch notes if you want to see them. I had, we typed up another one and try to get deeper explanation on this. I think everybody in the public pretty much knows that I think the deputy sheriff's underpaid. We've talked about it for a long time. What he has proposed in his budget is, we're not gonna buy any new vehicles at all this year. And, he's got a good fleet. Raymond's proud of his fleet. He's done a good job with that. He's got an elected constitutional office, so he has a right, but he's done a good job of where he's at. I've talked to a lot of different deputies around. I think overall his department's running good, great. There's always one or two that maybe not be happy, just like anybody else in business. So, we had a deputy sheriff that got wounded, and another one that almost got wounded here back a few months ago. We had several deputy sheriff cars got shot up, just to remind everybody to remember all that. They're putting their life on the line every day. I know there's gonna be some talk in other departments about more money, and that's something we're gonna be looking and addressing coming up. If you look at that memo, basically, $2 an hour. Raymond and I have had several meetings over this, trying to get his, this is not the office staff, it's not the courthouse staff, it's just the deputies that out on the patrol and or detectives and anybody puts their life on the line every day. Is that correct, Raymond?
Correct.
So, you know, without a good sheriff or police department, you're not gonna have any law and order, and you've heard me say that. Without any law and order, you're not gonna have a community. So it's hard to retain them, and it's hard to find them, and it's hard to find anybody come out of the academy, and it's widespread. We've talked about this a lot, or they have previously. Can't hardly find them now. So we've done two things, and Raymond's done most of this. I've helped him on some of it. So we're not gonna budget buying any new vehicles in this. Well, I'm gonna back up a little bit. And I hate to use a word, and Raymond and I've talked about this around it, and say this is ours and this is yours. Because his budget is 7 patrol people, and we got 17. This is yours, this is ours. And I hate that mentality, because I think it's all ours. At the end of the day, the money goes in one pot, and if he comes up short, we're gonna have to take care of him, like the jail, ambulance, whatever. At the end of the day, you don't ever know what's gonna happen. But by law, you gotta separate the budgets. Ron explained this to me. We pay all of the benefits and the taxes and everything under his side. That goes under our side anyway, so that's very confusing. We're going to attempt to try to combine that in the next July budget on our side, so it'll be a little bit more understandable. So, with that being said, I've discussed this individually with the magistrates to let everybody know. I don't know how they're going to vote. Just try to put the information out to everybody, just like I have on everything else, so we can have this good open discussion on it. If we provide a $2 raise, Raymond wanted, started out, I think, at 3 or 4. We've agreed to 2, and he's agreed with a little bit of pressure not to buy the four vehicles, which is $260,000. And at the end of the day, the cost, I'm rounding off, $235,000, what it's gonna cost to give the deputies $2 an hour raise, retroactive to January 1st, which is, I guess, yesterday, or whenever day it was. So it'll be 18 months. The vehicles are saving $260,000. This is gonna save us money to pay for that right out of the gate. Raymond, and he's discussed that, him and I have quite a bit. I know he has with other elected officials about trying to find some retired deputies that we don't have to pay all the benefits and insurance and retirement on. And just to let everybody know, that's not easy, and it's sometimes almost impossible, but he has recruited and found 4 good ones. And I think one of them already started maybe, but, so we've got 4 retirees coming on. It's gonna save another $179,000 over 18 months. With all that being said, and somebody, because I went through this and I've slept on it and everything else, and I may be off a few dollars, but we're going to pay for it, and after the 18 months is left over, that budget year, we'll have actually saved, if you budget the way they have in the past. I'm not saying we're actually saving that money in our budget, but the way the last budgetary process has been, we're going to be still $203,000 in the black. And before I ask anybody to say anything, Ron, did you agree with that scenario? She's the bookkeeper. She's the money lady.
I agree with the numbers you and I.
Yeah, we went over it with Ron. I did quite a bit, and she's the financial guru. I'm just trying to listen to her. So at the end of the day, because you're going to think about what we're going to do next year, well, we're still going to be $200,000 ahead, even by doing this. First of all, questions here from this court.
Well, the $2 an hour raise is gonna be a $3 an hour raise, correct?
Yes, that's included in this. If you look down at the bottom at 35,000, and the top column on the scratch sheet,
Yeah, 35,000.
yeah, and you got 14, that part comes on actually the other 7 deputies, so that's included. Because you look at the 70 up there, half of that's 35, you see it?
All right.
Which one are you looking at?
I got
Yeah, the scratch one, the one I handwritten, that's the easiest one to look at.
Yeah.
So that's included in that, because everybody knows it's 49.7%, the benefit package for anybody that has a study, and Rhonda said that's coming down about maybe 3% or something next year.
43, 44.
So that is gonna come down for the whole, anybody that has a study, it's gonna help us in our next budget a little bit anyway, so. Well, I just figured 50 cents on the dollar, that's what I figured, so.
How many total deputies does this
That-
include?
24.
24.
24 total deputies? And is it already included in your 23 budget?
Correct.
Tim, you're asking, you're saying total combined savings of 235,000, is that correct?
You got a copy of
203.
that?
203,000.
200.
Give him that, let him see that bottom, that's the spreadsheet.
So I think, obviously, everybody agrees the sheriff's department needs a raise. And if we can do it and then still put money in the bank, I mean, that's.
Well, it's not actually putting money in the
No,
bank.
it is
It's
in the long
money that
run.
we're saving the
It
way
is.
they did practice.
But it's money that we're not spending on the vehicles.
You know, it's,
Yeah.
it's not actually putting money in the bank, but
Right.
it's saving money on the way they did
Yes.
past the budgetary process.
But with the agreement on the vehicles at 260,000, that helps pay for the program plus money.
I think it helps a little bit, yeah.
Whole bunch.
We've already bought 2 vehicles for this year in
For
this budget.
2022.
2022.
Those are not in
2022
play.
into 2023. Our
Correct, but
budget-
that is not into play, Keith.
Okay, explain to me.
This is a 2023 budget. My budget starts in January, so I would not buy any vehicles this year. You guys would not buy any vehicles in July to June.
But next year.
Of next, pushing it off.
Yeah,
It's an 18-month, everything I based it on, Keith, is an 18-month format, and it is kind of
yeah.
hairy.
But it's actually your year and our year, is what
Correct.
you're saying.
Yeah.
Four
It's actually-
vehicles that we will not get for 1 year.
Tim,
If I could, please. You guys have been preaching, some of you on the old court, and I want to explain on the new court. The city's been able to do it because they had 6 retired individuals work for the Bardstown Police Department. Here in the next week, I will have the 4th one, and that's unheard of for the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. And it's saving a lot more money than what it shows. I'm a realist, that if those 4 guys leave, we will have to pay those benefits. So I don't want to put a wool over your eyes and tell you, this is what I'm doing, but I'm going to be able to continue to carry this on for years and years on.
What you're gonna do is really try hard to do it.
If they are pleased with the way I run the sheriff's office, I promise you, they'll stay. One already came back.
Yeah. But these numbers are based on an 18-month period, it's a year and a half.
Correct.
So that was gonna be, and I appreciate you covering it, because that was gonna be my second question. The first question is, this is also contingent on that nothing happens to one of the vehicles in the fleet that we currently have. If we have a vehicle that goes down that has a catastrophe.
Well, under a
it's
wreck,
not-
there'd be insurance.
If it's a wreck.
Yeah.
I'm saying if they have to replace one for some other reason, then we
Why would you
would, we would
replace-
still need to,
But why would
still
they
need to
replace
purchase
it
that.
for
Well,
another
that one
reason?
out there just got shot up, it could have
You know,
shot
have
up
a-
enough to
I
total.
mean-
Yeah,
But insurance might
covered-
took care of that.
The insurance covered all that.
Insurance covered all 4 vehicles that got shot up.
Yeah.
And they're back on the road.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, there was some extensive damage to
Yeah.
them. From wire harnesses to where they were shot. I got pictures. It's,
That's always.
and we saved a lot of parts on those
That's another
vehicles.
reason why we're talking about this, because there's so many got shot up, luckily we didn't
Yeah.
have to speak.
But the only reason insurance wouldn't pay is if it was a mechanical blowing an engine because of lack of maintenance or something of that nature. Other than that, the insurance will cover if it's a,
And
if
that's
it's,
maintenance, and that's just cost, that's just the cost of
Yeah,
it,
exactly.
like everybody else, but.
And then
I
also,
understand.
as a point of clarity, the retired deputies would not be under contract.
They would for 1 year. We tried to bring them in, keep them for at least a year.
So they're signing a one-year agreement to
1 year,
work
yes.
for that, so that covers that.
and that helps on that 18-month period, yes.
All right, I got another question. CPI is coming up at the end of this month. Last year, the CPI was 7%, which was a pretty good raise for your department and every other department. And this year, they claim it's gonna be close to the same. So you're asking for this raise, and then in a month from now, you're gonna get a 7% more raise. That's a lot of money.
They won't get that till July. That's when nobody gets their
Well, it's
raises till
not
July.
insignificant amount of money, is what he's saying.
But we don't know, what I'm in hearing is 4 to 5%, but I don't know what it's.
And I'll leave you with this, Keith. We got a 7% raise. The city got up, some guys got up to a 15% raise.
Yeah, but I know you compare us a lot to the city, but we're not the city, we're the county. And
You're absolutely correct.
But we're competing with the city.
We're the county.
We're competing.
I cover more ground than the city does. And I'll put my department compared to theirs,
I will too.
okay? And I promise you, there's no comparisons. And I'm not down in the Barstown Police
Right, right.
Department.
I understand.
I
think
work
you've done an
very well,
excellent job.
I work very well with the chief. And I'm not trying to create the friction, okay? But if you got a construction company that's coming to do the job that you're doing, you have to compete with the guys that's coming in to do the same job you are.
Right.
And that's just what I do.
And it's widespread, it's not only in that, and we're gonna talk about this a little bit later, and we've gotta compete, and you got this thing going in Glendale, the battery factory, I've met with, of course, BIDC and a lot of different industries already, and of course, when you're in your business for yourself, anybody knows when you're paying these, it's a total compensation, trying to compete with these people. And this new battery factory and all the satellite companies, they're gonna be out here plucking people, because there's not enough bodies to go around, so it's gonna be a tough ordeal to keep and retain good employees over the next at least 5 years, I think. Now, with that being said, and I'm gonna get into that a little bit later, but we're gonna try to come up with some more incentive packages and offset not just the pay to keep the people, you know. Once they're here, it's not all about money, how you gonna keep them here? So, and that's something we gotta talk about later.
Elizabethtown Police Department is a very well-paid police department, and they're losing guys to the private sector because they're gonna go make more money. And this is on a daily basis.
The private
And
sector
it-
is a short-term solution until it's built.
It may be for now,
Right.
but like I've said in the previous courts, an employee market is what they go for.
Sure.
They go for where the money is at right now. And if I can go make $100,000 doing something else, I can possibly have my career as a law enforcement officer later on. And you're absolutely right. It may be temporary, but today's day and age is where the dollar is.
It's tough, so
We won't ever.
I'm proposing this package as it has, I've got it laid out, and,
Well, I've got one more question.
okay.
I just think it's so unfair, out of one department, out of all the departments that we got. I mean, you know, you talk about retaining employees. I mean, you had employees, I had employees. If I gave one guy a raise, then he told the whole crew what I gave, and then I had to give the whole crew a raise to keep the thing. So it's just like you said, they're gonna start come plucking. Well, in the road department, in our sanitary department, in our jail department, they're all saying, why do we give it just to one outfit? I mean,
I'm with you. I understand
it's,
completely.
and then we gotta retain employees. I mean, I wanna keep every employee we got. And I'm just trying to, where's that line at? You gotta draw a line somewhere. And you know, we've gone over the line last year, 7% raise. It's the best raise y'all had in 20 years, correct? Long time. It was a pretty good raise.
The cost of living was 8.7.
I know.
There you go.
And that's on paper.
I would
And
like
it's
to
probably about
know.
15 in reality.
I'd like to know how we do compare to, not so much the E-Town or Bardstown, I mean, but Bardstown's closer and relates to us pretty good. How we compare to the Bullitt County Sheriff's Department with their road crew, equal, what I'm talking about is the same job duties that you're talking about, is those 24 that we have. And also Hardin County, as far as where we stack up on a per hour basis, where are we compared to those two counties?
What I'll tell you, MT, is that we have 120 counties in the state of Kentucky. There's not one that does it the same way.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But do they pay per hour?
They pay hourly. And it's all up to the sheriff. The sheriff is the one that controls the pay for their guys.
But what I'm saying is if we're looking to be on that larger scale.
What I've
which those two
experienced
counties are very-
in my tenure here is that guys are retiring because they don't want to do this job. And it's harder and harder to be under the scrutiny of this.
Sure.
Okay? And a lot of guys will leave. And again, it's the employee market.
Well, MT, if you go back, and I don't have all that data because I wasn't on the court, there's been a lot of talk in the last year about comparisons, and you can take what is that, the K, 207 of the state money that he keeps.
Cleft fund.
Cleft fund. Some of the budgets that they had showed had them in it, some of the other employee departments they compared didn't have them in it, so but none of it was a very good comparison that I studied, okay? I still think that to keep them, and this is going to keep good satisfaction, letting me know we got the police back, we're back in the blue, and without them, we're not gonna have a good community, and put that message out.
Well,
I agree with
thinking-
Keith.
yeah.
I agree with Keith, 100%. That's why we're gonna be studying and trying to look at all the other employees, we're gonna come up with some packages, like insurance, more different available offerings. There's a lot of things out there that I've talked to a lot of employees would like to say, maybe a little bit more vacation, and all kinds of things we can come up with to retain them once we get them to that level. Back in 1994, when I got elected as a magistrate in the court then, they was paying minimum, a lot of these departments was minimum wage, and you go back and I mean, it was just awful. I don't say they kept anybody, and over time, we with the raises and we didn't raise any taxes, it was tough to do it, but we gave $1 raise for like 5 years in all these departments. A lot of them to get them up where they should be, where they can make a living, because they all got families too, so.
One more
But
comment.
there is some incentive package that we have to come up with. Actually, it would help the police and every other department, and we're looking at that. I'm gonna bring it up a little bit later.
Well, there's a lot of us here that's had employees, all of us.
Sure.
And y'all know what it's like. I mean, and I know Reagan's going through the same thing. Not everybody wants to raise their kid to be a police officer. And I get that. It's not that I'm not backing the police.
Trust me, I got one, and I wish he would've been a pharmacist instead of being in
Yeah.
the state police.
Well, the selling point for me, and if other departments are willing to do this, I'll be all on board. He's willing to sacrifice part of his budget that's gonna pay for this. So to me.
For it in the short term.
In the short term, that's right,
But
that's
I'm
right.
still saving
But he's
that-
putting skin in the game, and he's willing to make concessions and to work with us on that, and, for the short
260
term.
Short term, 170, 179.
But also the savings on these retired employees is gonna be more than short term, and if we continue to do that, so, and that alone is enough to pay for that $2 raise.
Well, my discussions with Raymond, and we was talking about, getting, hiring retirees, trying to find them. And there's some out there that there's some they don't want. We want a good, dedicated police officer to go to work and follow his protocol and do the job. You don't want to hire anybody off the street that hasn't solved any cases for 2 years or whatever, so of course, that's his job to recruit those people and try to find them, and he did, so I think we're gonna be okay now. Any more discussion?
One more thing. Go ahead, Jeff.
Just not arguing for it, yes, I just want to know where this money's coming from. You're combining them and they're saving, appears to be a saving. All right? But the reality is that we have to come up with some money somehow. If I'm calculating correctly, we're saving 130 and spending 190. Is that correct? Out of the fiscal court's budget?
Talking about for this 6 months?
No, it's 18. And, is that correct? I mean, that's.
Well, isn't that $119,000 worth of retirement savings coming out of our budget as well?
So, my take on your question is, if I keep the 3 guys, and I hate the mentality of the division, all right? Because that was one of my things about the split. My number one concern as a sheriff is not just the 7 guys that work for me under my budget, but all the employees of the sheriff's office. So that was my concern. 2, to be clear, fiscal court will have 3 retirees. You're saving anywhere between $40,000 to $56,000 per year. That's just basic math, 150,000.
I mean, that's the question I'm asking. What is the number that we're gonna have to come out of our budget for? Because that bears, that has a bearing on, I mean, how.
I would say
everybody here-
40-some thousand dollars.
And then, the other part of that question is, if you're saving, it looks like because you have less employees are on your budget. I don't like that, but I understand. And you're gonna give up the same amount for autos. Right? And you should have a surplus. It's in your intent to turn it back over to fiscal court.
That's correct.
So that's, the total savings really would be a wash, and that's the way you intend to do it.
Well, by law, he has to turn over any excess fees. He can't just go out there and spend it, spend his budget. He still just can't go out there and buy whatever he wants. We still gotta prove that. I mean, unless if he's got it itemized in his budget about buying $100,000 worth of computers, that's gotta be in his budget, which is not in there. Now, he does have the freedom to do some things around his office, but just like those cars, you remember y'all had to come back and vote on those vehicles because they're in Fiscal Court's name, as an example, but I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, it's gotta come from somewhere, so.
Yeah.
If you look at it this way, Jeff, I have a 56 line item, and Fiscal Court probably has about a 20 line item. I'm pretty controlled on what I spend the money on. If you go through my budget, most line items have stayed the same except for my salary, deputy salaries, part-time pretty much stayed the same, which is the two ladies that get hired for the tax season. That's the part-time. And then the other salaries is the courthouse and the civilian ladies that work year-round in the office.
And we didn't put any $2 on any of those, that's, they're gonna get the regular cost of living like, every other employee. These courthouse workers and the staffing people.
I think it works out mathematically, for the best, but Keith's point and Andy's point are very poignant, that, the putting off the vehicle is a short-term fix.
Just 1 year. Yeah.
It's gonna come home to roost. And, the CPI is gonna be a budget issue. I mean, it'll be the next year. But,
Yeah, but next year's only 5.5 months away.
yeah, we're only halfway through this agenda there. I make a motion we approve the $2 raise.
Second.
Before y'all do that, can you approve my budget?
Well, that's where we start the discussion. Who's with the budget?
Well, if we do this one, then,
Wait a minute, we got a motion on the floor by Larry, second by Wheatley, and, we can do that first, right? No
Yeah,
problem.
it needs to be addressed before you do anything else.
Yeah, so we're going, any more discussion on the $2 raise based on this formula?
One discussion. You are gonna work on the rest of the departments to
Work on them for what?
bring them up too.
You will help me?
Y'all help me. I just want it to be fair.
I understand.
We're all a family. We're everybody that works here in Nelson County.
Keith, I've said it before, it's not just about my
I know.
employees. If guys are underpaid for any employee of the fiscal court, I've said it in public court, I'll be here fighting. I'll sit down on the table and look at their rates.
We definitely will, and
Yeah.
I promise you that, and we're looking at incentive packages too, not just.
But even in our own family, there are issues that demand more, let's just call it funds or money, than other parts at times. Everything has its time. Can you address them?
I just want to be fair. I
Yeah,
mean,
I understand.
it's hard to retain employees.
Yes,
We all
sir.
know that.
Yep, I know.
And
know
for,
it is, too.
it's not just the sheriff's department, it's Joe's department, Brad's department,
Yep.
John's department, Keith Wilkes' department. I mean,
Yep.
who in here do not want more money? I mean, I get it.
Yep.
But we gotta draw this line up there somewhere. And let's try to be comfortable, happy with where we're at. Let's be Nelson County, That's where I'm at.
Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Janine, motion first, second.
Yeah, was that the budget to
No, it's just for
include?
the pay raise.
Okay, got it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
and I'll make a motion we approve sheriff's budget as presented.
Second.
Lear, second by Snow, all in favor, say aye.
Judge, on the other one,
Passed. We
I
got,
have-
hang on a minute, Raymond, let me get this, please.
yes.
I'm gonna make my notes for get this.
I passed out a maximum salaries, which is the numbers on the budget, that needs to be approved as well.
So this, what you passed out?
Yes.
Is in conjunction with what you budgeted?
Correct.
And do you have the CPI suggested in this budget?
No, because I don't know what the CPI is gonna be. If I have to amend it, I will amend the budget, but
Yeah, that's why I never did like the way this budget process is, but
it's harder for me to do, and if you
Yeah,
read
the
the,
best
it's a
to guess.
And we don't know what that
guesstimate
number is till it comes out anyway.
that's
Yeah, we
messed
don't
up.
know.
Let me see what you pass out, I didn't see that.
The clerk has one also,
I gave
Judge.
I gave it to you.
You did?
Yeah.
The standing order?
Yeah, maximum, annual salaries for, full-time employees, part-time employees.
Was that in the budget?
Yes,
That's
that's
same
where I
amount.
pulled the numbers from.
Right,
Yeah.
same amount.
Correct.
The clerk has one also.
Right, did we do yours?
Usually it's done all together, unless you're gonna do
He's
something.
doing his separate, but
That's totally up to
County
you
attorney?
guys.
He did that because he's asking for a raise, and she did.
If
It's
she
gotta
still
be
has to
approved
do
every
that.
Mine, whether you guys approve the $2 raise,
Still got a total.
it's got nothing to do with that. That is a total number
Total amount.
of what the total is for those
You see
budget
this?
line items.
Okay, well, let's do this
No,
first.
it's certainly up to you all to approve it.
Let's do this first. Anybody, I need to get a motion on that.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
John Snow's approving this,
I'll second.
annual order setting the maximum amount for deputies and assistants. And the second by Lear, any more discussion?
Right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes.
Okay, so we go back and do mine then like that?
Yeah, Randy, you got any more talk about the sheriff and everything? Any more discussion? You good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Do you think we should do one with hers, or you think we ought to?
I don't think it's necessary, but if she wants to do one,
No, I-
certainly
I-
approve
If
it.
you don't think it's necessary, I'm not gonna do
I
it.
think yours is always done in your thing.
Together.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We've got enough paperwork.
I have to do it because that's something that I have to turn to the Department of Local Government.
All right. The county attorney, I'm gonna, he's up next on his report and discussion, Mr. Chip McKay. As everybody knows, he's the new sheriff in town, so,
Well, thank you, Judge. I'm very excited to be here with you guys and working with you guys. And we've talked about this at the last meeting a little bit, Matthew Height did. And really, this is only about getting additional funds to help meet office expenses for the month. This has nothing to do with salaries, has nothing to do with my salary, anything else. In fact, I've cut about $2,500 off of the county's salaries per month from our office by not filling positions that have been vacated in that office. As you all may know, Matthew Height and previous county attorneys have had a private practice as well as being county attorney. And so those private practices had to pick up some of those office expenses. They had to pay their share of the rent and utilities, office supplies, things like that. I'm full-time as a county attorney. That doesn't change anything about how I get paid or anything else. So this is all about the county having to basically absorb the expenses that I have of the office. And I'm renting the same building that Matthew Height was in, has been there for 6 or 7 years now. And he's given that building to me at $10 a square foot. I've got a rental analysis from a realtor here in town. And it's West Parish. And basically, he said, on average, the rental for the type of space we would need would be $13 to $15 an hour. So
Square foot.
per square foot.
Per square foot per year.
Per year, correct.
And I agree with that.
So I feel like it's a good deal. One, I'm near the courthouse. Two, I'm in a place that everybody's familiar with. Also, we have to administer the Division of Child Support. That is a contract program with the State Cabinet for Health and Families and Services, which I have to basically abide by state and federal regulations in terms of how that's set up, in terms of having separate secure office space for them as well. And they have to have double locks and all these things because they have federal taxpayer information that is protected and has to be kept safe and secure. So the current office that we have now is set up for that the left-hand side of the building is child support, separate locks, and then the right-hand side of the building is the county attorney's office. So I've given you all, basically, the budget I've given you is based upon historical billing in terms of the rent is what it is. The utilities are based upon history, and everything else in there is stuff that are reasonable office expenses: telephone, internet, postage, shredding, things like that. Now, in the past, the county attorney has had higher income capabilities in terms of he used to be able to collect money on cold checks. Nobody writes checks anymore, so you don't get any money from prosecuting cold checks. That source of funds is dried up. We also collect money for collecting delinquent taxes for the county, and that is a steady source. But most of that comes in June, July, and August. And so the account just kind of drains down the rest of the year. It'll go back up this summer. And then finally, we have a traffic safety program that people who get certain types of tickets, if they're eligible, they can go through this program. We receive a little bit of income from that every month too. And I laid that out in the budget that I gave you all. So historically, that traffic safety program, when it first started, it would bring in $6,000 to $7,000 a month. And now we're down to about $1,500 a month. And for whatever reason, the tickets just aren't being written like they used to be written. So, you know, we can't go out and create that kind of thing. So our traditional income sources are kind of drying up on us. So that's why I need a little bit of help in terms of just meeting my office expenses every month. The other half of this is, with the child support program, it's a reimbursement program. In other words, I have to incur that expense first. I have to make payroll, I have to pay all office expenses, everything else has to be paid, and then we apply to Frankfurt to get reimbursed. And if you can imagine bureaucracy there, a lot of times you're talking 2 or 3 weeks before they send the money back, and then we're having to make another payroll. So I'm having to float county attorney money over to child support to make payroll, things like that. And then when the state finally reimburses, then we can reimburse the county attorney accounts. So there's just kind of a juggling of these accounts that are going on. You know, I worked with Matthew Height closely on this. We came up with that figure of $4,000 that would give us that cushion to be able to maintain those floats. I'm happy to answer any question. I'm happy to work with you guys however we can. But I just want to make sure that it's clear to the public. None of this has anything to do with salaries. I've cut salaries, and this is all about meeting the monthly office expenses of the county attorney's office.
I'm gonna step in on that a little bit. When I met with Chip and went through now, of course, everybody can see where they can cut waste or whatever. I do think there's a little bit in here on some of these little line items that we can look at after 6 months and combine some stuff with maybe what Rhonda's doing. Also, and I'll talk about that later too, all of our IT computers and talk to every department and phone systems throughout the whole county is just way outdated and costing us way too much money. That's something else we look at when it comes to yours at the same time. And I think we can cut some of that. I asked him to put that last paragraph on that second page in there, or the last 2 paragraphs maybe, but it basically tells everyone reasonable office expenses. And that's set up by KRS 15.750. And the county fiscal court is responsible to provide those services. Most counties, or the bigger counties, and you can explain that, I think Rhonda said they're splitting up private practice versus the county practice. And if they do, we're in 2 different offices. And we're going to talk about office space later, because I've got another formula about that in another conversation about county offices. So we don't have any room right now to put somebody in a quick time and quick turnaround. And the KRS basically down there, and also he put in there, it says any excess fees that would be returned to the fiscal court. And that ought to appease everybody's mind. If it costs us $3,000 a month or $10,000 a month or whatever it costs us at the end of the fiscal year, he's got to give us money back, except enough to keep his office running. So I think that, in my opinion, it appeases me, and I think the general public and the magistrates letting everybody know that. So, any more questions for Chip from the court?
Well, just as a point of clarification, you said it kind of in passing, but we don't currently have office space that we could move them into that would be appropriate for them. The county doesn't. That wouldn't need like renovations and things of that
Right.
nature.
The only banking building we've got is up there about a senior citizen center that's, it's not ready. I
Right.
mean, that's a
Wouldn't
building
be
that
ready
we
for
could
that.
possibly look at.
And then the other question that I had, Chip, I made a few phone calls to some other county attorneys, and I kind of got the impression that this is the way most county attorneys' offices are going, that they're foregoing the private practice for the prosecution side because it's just necessary.
And then we're growing.
Yeah, there's more prosecutions being done, and so less time for civil practice. so on and so forth.
And I intend to spend, more time with you guys. We've got this big agenda here today, and, I'm excited to be working with you all.
That's his fault.
Yeah, but yeah, my whole career's been public service, and I'm really excited to work with the court here. This doesn't increase my salary or anything like that, but I want to give my full-time devotion to county, for prosecution and for the county.
Are you opposed to moving into any county facility if we find one that's
No.
feasible within the next,
I
next
told
year's
Judge
budget?
Hutchins that I would work with you all however I can on that.
Well, another question, did you have to sign a year lease with them?
I did, I've signed a 1-year lease.
1
with
year.
Mary White. Yes.
Is that January to December or
January,
fiscal year?
yeah, it started January.
Calendar year.
Yeah.
Do you know if he would let you out of that lease if we found something July 1st?
Well, I don't know that, but I'm sure he's extremely reasonable.
I'm sure there's a paragraph in there that
Yeah, we traveled
early
early.
withdrawal, early leaving.
Right.
You gotta watch that word attorney and lawsuit, it kind of goes together.
That's right.
Chip, you got, you mentioned prosecution
Yes.
and advice to the county. What percentage of the time do you think you spend prosecuting?
Well, so this is new for me. So I think with the new court and the way the government is now, it's gonna be different than what Matthew probably spent on that. I think Matthew was able to spend more time working with county government because me and the other assistants were handling the court duties. And I've got 2 assistants that will handle most of the court duties. And I'm hoping that the state will end up funding a 3rd assistant at some point in the future. It's just no guarantee.
I mean, the reason my question is you cited the 15,750 as the office expense, KRS there.
Yes.
Number 3 says that office expense incurred by county attorney performance of his duties as criminal prosecutor shall be paid by the Commonwealth.
Right.
I don't see
And
the line.
and they're not paid. That's the thing. The state money that comes into our office, they do not follow that statute. They only fund our salaries. That's it. And they give us a small budget to purchase office supplies like computers and things like that every year. But they do not fund rent, they don't fund utilities, they don't fund all those things. And
Not
it's-
even a portion of the.
No.
So what does that say they should do?
It says they shall
Yeah,
be paid by the
I agree.
Commonwealth.
The statute does say that, but the reality is that the Attorney General's Office of Prosecutor's Advisory Council does not fund those things. So they leave the funding of the office supplies and the rent up to the counties. A lot of other counties, like you said, they provide office space to the county attorney. And I've told Judge Hutchins, we would be willing to work with you guys on that. But for now, I need to be where I am and to see where we are at the end of this fiscal year and come to you with a different type of budget for next year.
Well, I
Let me ask you
definitely
a question there, Chip, go ahead, Keith.
I definitely think that the year that you got with your lease definitely will take us a year to
I don't think
retrofit anything.
I don't think so.
And Rhonda, are you gonna have a different item on our budget now for county attorney?
Well, probably will have a few additional.
I mean, it's almost gonna be like a separate department, right, Jeff?
He's already got a stand.
It's already in there now, but
Yeah, it's just increasing the standard
it'll
order.
be changing, yes, it'll be changed.
Okay.
But second, but that state, I guess all the other counties under 20 didn't argue fighting the state. I don't know if Matthew Hyde has sent bill, do y'all send them a bill?
No, because there's nothing to do that for. There's no mechanism to do that. They give us a budget that is allocated for salaries, and they give us a fund to purchase equipment for the office for the year, and that's it. Now, they have just last month, I think, they've liberalized the rules on letting us use part of that office supply budget to pay for a little bit towards rent, but it's $8,000 for the whole year to buy computers, copiers, supplies. It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. So I could fund $500 a month towards rent maybe
But
if
then
I
you're
don't buy
giving
any
up buying a
supplies.
computer or.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you feel that the amount of square footage in that building are adequate? for
It's
the-
4,500 square feet.
It's a little less than 4,000, I think.
Yeah, according to PDA, it's 4,500.
Okay, well, Matthew measured it literally with a tape measure, but it's right around 4,000 square feet.
Is that adequate?
Yes.
So, like, right side, what?
On the right side, the county attorney side, we currently have 6 employees, including me. And I hope to add 1 or 2 more for the prosecution side as things grow in terms of a victim's advocate and another assistant. So you'd have 8 people on that side. And then on the child support side, we have 5 people. And that's a smaller wing of the building, and there's just enough room for those 5 people over there. So it's adequate space.
Well, the rent seems to be, reasonable. I don't know what choice we have, to be honest with you.
When you say add another assistant, do you mean assistant Commonwealth attorney?
No, county attorney.
Or I mean, a county attorney, I mean, like another attorney?
Yes,
handle
to go to
prosecution.
court and prosecute, yes. And that would be funded by the state if that happens.
Yeah.
Why do you feel like that's needed? Or
Well,
just
just
because
because
if we grow?
Our caseload, the caseload just grow, like all the counties, the caseloads are growing over the years. And I'm anticipating spending more time, working with you all. And especially while I'm getting my feet under me too, because I'm a new county attorney. So I will be in court some, but I would like to have the extra help in court to prosecute cases as well. But of course, that won't be any impact on you all in terms of what you're funding. That'll be totally funded by the state.
It actually help us get more advice from,
Yeah.
because you may ask a lot of questions like some people do.
Keith's welcome to call me anytime.
He done told me that. I'm thinking about it one night. I said, hey, I called Matthew one night at 10 o'clock at night, and he answered the phone.
Yeah.
Give me your number. And he gave me
Your
the right
number,
number.
you'll give the office number.
And I gave me his number.
Any more discussion on this?
So this, what we would do now is for through the end of our budget, right? For the next 6 months.
Yes.
For 6 months.
Chief, would you have any problem getting us kind of a report at 3 months in?
I have no problem with that.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Need a motion, Jim?
I need a motion to approve this proposal that Mr. McKay sent to us.
I'll make that.
Got a motion, Snow, Lear, second. Any more discussion? All in favor, aye? Any opposed? Motion passed. You got all that, Jeanette?
Welcome on board.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations for the third way through.
Yeah.
Yeah. A 30-second comment. while we
Jeff, you
look
got any
for
more
the next-
discussion in this, under your
I do
category?
not, Judge. Thank you.
Jailer's report. We, Mr. Justin Hall, me and him's had many conversations over the last 6 months and a year, and a lot of proposals, and he's another new sheriff in town. I did break a lot of this out, talking to him, just kind of so we can kind of highlight and discuss some of these things individually. There's a lot going on down there. The previous jailer, Buck Snellen, which he's out. He done a lot of work down there, improved a lot. He inherited a lot of things that needed improving. I think he's done a whole lot of it. Justin's trying to follow that lead and continue on. And Justin does have a little bit more background, I think, in the jail cycles. He's worked at Hardin County, and he's got a little bit more contacts, maybe knowing. But he's got a photographic memory, basically. Just ask him about a statute, Burke jail, and he'll tell it to you. So. It looks to me like, outside looking in, we got a good staff down there. I think everybody down there's done a good job. But there's a lot of things in there that we can do to save money and bring money back to the county. And we're spending about, what, 1.8 Rhonda down there in our budget out of, just to let everybody know, other than what the jail expenses and what they get from the state and so on, your tax dollars, 1.8 million a year goes to subsidize that jail. So we're trying to save everything we can because, everybody's working, and they're working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, trying to follow the law, and you got people in there not following the law. It's costing all of us a lot of money. So that's where I'm at on it. So, Justin, you want to start?
Yes, Judge. First off, just want to take a moment and say I look forward to working with everybody. Congrats on everybody on re-election and election. And also, I'm a team player. If any other departments need my help or services with anything that I can do, you know, everybody's got my phone number, feel free to call me. The current status of our Nelson County Jail right now, we have a total of 114 total inmates. 41 of those are state, 73 of those are county. And does anybody need the difference? I know we have some videos. Does anybody need the differentiation on what a state and county prisoner is, or is everybody good? Okay, I just wanted to double check. Currently right now, 58 of those are for circuit court. I will say, so the court's aware, we have a backlog on psychiatric evaluations right now, and there is a few inmates up in our jail that we are trying to get into KCPC, the prison that does the psychiatric evaluations, so they can proceed. And we, the judges, judges have been made aware. They've been trying to work on trying to expedite the process, but there's just no bids. So 15 inmates are for district court. Currently right now we have 91 males and 23 females. And to break that down, we are 187.5% over capacity on females. We, jail as a whole, we're 11.76% over capacity on the jail as a whole, if you take everything. Now, with that being said, the only beds that we have open inside the jail is in our maximum security section right now, and we're using that for a medical issue we have down in the jail right now, which is being addressed. The 41 state inmates that we have, we are generating $1,448.94 a day on housing those. Our state inmates, of course, we're going to get into later on in line item budgets. Currently, I have 14 inmates that are classified by the state of Kentucky that can work outside. 6 inmates classified by the state of Kentucky that can work inside the secure environment of the jail but cannot work outside. So I want to make the court aware of that. Another thing I think that I need to bring up is recidivism. Right now, currently our inmate population, 84.21% of the 114 that's in jail right now are repeat offenders.
84%?
84.21%, which is on the high end compared to some other counties. Most counties run about 60 to 70%, so we're on the higher end of that. And
well, at least we ain't got no newcomers. They're the same ones.
They're the same ones we've had, so yeah, that is a good thing. That is the current status of the jail. And Judge, do you want to go down the line here, or do you want?
Yeah, let's start. Yeah, you go ahead and start. The body scanner, just you go ahead and Justin.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Judge. The body scanner, of course, even while I was running for office, I know a lot of us have talked and had discussion on it. Just in, my time of even getting transitioned into office, it is a dire need down at the jail. We have saved a lot of lives down at the jail. It never makes the newspaper's fronts. Okay, and I would request the court to allow a motion on the floor to allow me to start the bidding process for a body scanner. One thing I will say to the court, we have the funding in our commissary account right now to purchase this equipment. This will not cost the taxpayers any money. We also have a grant process we can go through as well to not use commissary money. The problem is, I know everybody's been to the airport, okay? You all see the big scanners that's in there? Well, the jail ones are that big too. We have such a small jail. With the help of our Sheriff Raymond, I've only found one model that'll fit the footprint of our jail and inside our booking area. And we would basically, to make it fair, there may be other equipment manufacturers that we're not aware of, but basically the max space that we could have in our booking for a body scanner would be the bid specs for the body scanner, because we don't have a law enforcement room, we don't have a sally port as most jails have, so we are very, very limited on space as far as that goes. So I would ask the court to allow us to proceed with the bid process on that. And like I say, this machine will save lives, and I think it's a small price to pay. Yes, sir, Keith.
Question. Compulsory money, you said. How much you got in compulsory money?
About $350,000.
Okay. Why was that not returned to fiscal court?
We don't have to return to fiscal court.
Don't have.
No. We can't, as the commissary fund is not in the general budget. It's not in the general budget. That is revenue generated from the commissary, and it's used at jailer's discretion for safety and security, health and well-being of the inmates, and stuff of that nature.
Did I not see it somewhere in the budget where we gave money to purchase commissary
Okay,
material?
what happens there is that the current vendor that we have right now, we purchase commissary items from. Basically, Fiscal Court pays them and we reimburse.
So that money comes back?
So it comes back.
Okay.
It's a wash.
It's
Yes.
not like a grocery store.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marking it up.
And that's what, and that commissary fund is what saves the taxpayers a ton of money on stuff, because we can buy security cameras, we can buy different items, you know, as far as mats, linens and stuff like that. If it is a higher quality item than versus what was originally budgeted, we can utilize that. So, so the commissary account is an account that, you know, we use for the improvement for sanitation, stuff like that at the jail. And really it's to help save the county money. That's really the whole purpose of the commissary account, is to help save the taxpayers money. And I want to use that discretionary as possible to help save, where I don't have to come to you
Question
to.
on that, Justin.
Yes.
Just to clarify, they don't have to give the money back, but that 1.8 million, for example, and I think we need to look at the budget a little bit when we do that, is making sure a lot of these expenses that you have down there is going to be paid through that fund and offset that 1.8 million.
Right.
On the backside, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let's make sure we're clear on that.
And there is KRS that dictates how you spend that money.
Yes, there is. Yeah, I can't go by, for instance, it's going to come up later on in the, in what we have to talk about. And like I said, I promised Tim I would keep it under 8 hours. So,
Well, I got another question about body scanners.
yes,
I get arrested. You take me through that scanner.
yes.
I got a pacemaker in me. You kill me. What happens then?
What's that? No, it's not under that. Under the way that body scanner set up, there's actually an intake questionnaire that they would actually.
Okay, I'm drunk and I'm lying on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Could happen.
Well, if they lie, I mean, here's the thing about it. There's a whole, and this is gonna go to line item number.
Are we going to have some qualified people that?
For the policy and procedures, there's actually an entire policy and procedures under CAECO for the body scanner and its operations on the do's, don'ts.
I know I'm bringing up far.
Yeah.
But a little girl may be pregnant.
Right,
She
and
might not
that's a
know
big
she's
thing.
pregnant.
Yeah, and here's the thing, is under the booking questionnaire for that, and this will be addressed when we get our new policy and procedures that everybody will have a copy of, but like if somebody's pregnant or whatever, our medical staff would perform a pregnancy test of that nature. And then also in the booking questions, if they ask, are you pregnant or any possibility you could be pregnant? If they say no, they would go to the body scanner. That's signed off. They signed off on that. If they said yes, we would refer to our medical, actually get a pregnancy test done before we run through the actual scanning.
Well, I'm just thinking about fiscal court, you know, and Matthew, if you may be able to answer it too. What if it did happen?
So how do airports handle that? I would think we'd want to look at the same procedure.
Well, that's, I mean, it's, instead of reinventing the wheel, we got all kinds of jails
Exactly.
that have them
Yeah.
throughout the state, so I mean, I
Yeah,
think it's
and
a good
it'll
question.
be laid out,
It's already addressed.
everything that you talked about, Keith, will be laid out in our policy and procedures. It'll be actually what CAECO recommends for the use of the body scanner, because I'm sure everybody will agree, in the jail situation, law enforcement situation, there's 1,000 what ifs, what cans happen.
Yeah.
And so that will all be laid out in the new policy and procedure as we move forward. So,
One thing it'll help address is if there is any drugs coming in their cavities and so on, and they can pass it to somebody else that could overdose and could probably save us a lawsuit.
Yeah. What is the percentage of this thing? Is it 100%, 50%?
Percentage, I can't give you a number on that right now. What I can say is that every jailer that I've talked to that's had it says it does cut down on contraband. A lot of people will hand over items as soon as they see that you have one. The machine in question, since I'm not a doctor, none of my staff is a doctor, it actually reads the x-ray and actually circle areas that it believes contraband is actually on the person. And then you use that data or whatever to make a determination of what's going on, you know. So Is it gonna catch everything? Absolutely not. I'm not gonna tell you it's gonna catch everything. Are we gonna put a damper on it, make it harder for people to get drugs in the jail? That's my goal. So, anything I can do to help curb what we're seeing, it's like anything. It's an extra tool in our pocket to help save somebody's life. I mean, that's what it is.
So you mentioned commissary funds to purchase it. Where do funds come from to maintain it?
We can pay for it out of commissary.
That same way, okay.
Yeah.
I think right now you just asking.
I'm just asking the court for the opportunity to allow the bidding process.
Motion, we allow the bidding process.
Second.
Standard.
Yeah.
Motion by Lear, who's second? Wheatley. And, anybody got any more discussion?
Thank you, Judge.
I think.
You got a question?
On the question, on the grant process, because you mentioned doing the grant process, have you looked into how long the grant process and how many grants would be available, which grants would be available?
I'm going to be having a meeting with Kelly White, who used to be the Deputy Commissioner for Kentucky Department of Corrections. And he is, that's his thing, is grants. You know, and me and him are going to be having a meeting on what's left, what we can apply for, and also the process moving forward. So me and him are going to have a meeting. I've already spoke with him, and I'll be able to advise the court after we have that meeting of kind of where that stands at. I don't want to overshoot. I have a pretty good idea, but I don't want to say it until I factually know
Yeah, I mean,
what we have.
much interested
But
in
yeah,
grant than.
absolutely. I mean, if we could save utilizing our commissary fund, I'm all for that. But it's just a dire need.
All right, we got it. Any more questions, MD? All right, we've got that, motion on the floor, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
We have to get the information with,
Progress, that's progress.
to get that VA, get all the information
Right.
back. And,
Right.
One thing we'll make sure we haven't bought it, because we don't want to get ahead of the grant schedule,
Yeah, absolutely.
because you can pay for it out of commissary, but I don't want to pay it out of there unless if there's grants available.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not like you agree with the insurance.
All right,
Don't get the car.
maintenance issues, Justin.
All right, maintenance issues. Of course, as everybody's aware, our jail was built in 1987, and like I say, I will commend Buck. He's done a great job on improving the jail down there, but there is several things I'm gonna have to address in the interim. I've been in communication with our jail inspector, and upon talking with the jail inspector for inspecting the jail, several dorms will be needing painting. I plan on utilizing inmate labor from certain inmates that can work to complete this task. We'll also be looking at different sanitation chemicals and machines for correctional use to help increase the life of the paintwork and to ensure sanitary conditions for not only my staff and inmates. One of the machines that will be purchased from commissary account is an electrostatic sanitation machine, and really those didn't become popular until pre-COVID, but we'll be able to actually spray those in the shower, on the phones, on the doors and stuff, every head count or whatever, to help mitigate mold, to help mitigate infection inside the jail. Another thing I want to bring up too is that we did have a person come in that to actually repair some of the locks and stuff that was failing at the jail. I talked with Jailer Snellen, and he was informed by the individual that repaired the locks that due to an older design. These are the locks that we're having problems with, are ones that are the original locks that were in the jail, to an older design flaw on this model of lock, that we are having issues with some of these locks again. I'll be contacting, what I'm going to be doing, just so the court's informed, I'll be contacting the individual that made the repairs for a lock follow-up on this. And I'll also be asking the Hardin County Detention Center maintenance captain, who's an expert on locks, to actually come down so we can have a second opinion, just in case, of what we can do to improve or fix this issue. Another thing, on our previous jail inspection, plumbing was brought up. I'm going to talk to the jail inspector too, to ask him exactly what plumbing issues he was talking about, but he said plumbing needed to be addressed on a few different items. So
that's in this report. They come in, Department of Corrections does all the inspections in there,
so,
and if you get into the water side of it, it can get ugly as far as cost. But
right, and so I once I have more details, I just all of our fiscal court presentations, like I say, I want the court to be aware of everything that's going on, so I want to make sure that's done. Another thing is our control room system that we have in place currently. It tells our control room deputies whether a door is open or closed, right? In the older part of the jail, that works sometimes and sometimes it don't. I think that's a security risk. So I'm gonna be looking at what's gonna be needed to actually resolve that. So when our deputies put somebody inside of the cell, we know that door's locked and we know it's secured. Even though we have our deputies go through, make their rounds, pull the door, be sure it's secure, standard practices that way. So, that is all I have on the maintenance issues
You
currently.
got a copy of the agenda?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Next is job descriptions. I emailed everybody current job descriptions, updated job descriptions for the jail. The only one that I could find was one for the major position, and so I believe it's in the best interest of the Fiscal Court, also for employee retention, so they know what their job is and what their job duties are, and also for if we have an unemployment claim or something like that, so that way it's actually written out exactly what the job duties are. So I submitted all that to the court, so I'm requesting a motion to approve the new job descriptions as presented. Chip also had an opportunity to review those as well.
Why do you feel like you need another position in jail or still in it?
The only position that I'm adding and not changing is adding the ability to have my part-times. Don't even have anybody to put in it as of right now, but it gives me the ability for our long-term part-time employees and whatnot that have shown leadership and that can actually run a shift. It gives them the ability to actually be promoted into something.
Well, that 1.8 million Judge is talking about, it just changed. Are you want to add this position? Are you going to add this position now or at the
No, I have
end of
nobody
fiscal-
put in. This is just a job
So
description.
maybe you're going to go to July until fiscal court?
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So it's not going to affect the budget this year?
No.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the job description presented by Taylor Hall.
Second.
First over there.
Second. Everybody, MT, that Lear and MT Hard, second. Any more discussion?
One more question. The job descriptions that you submitted, those are in line with what Keiko and other jails?
Well, Keiko, actually, the model I used is actually off the Kentucky Department of Corrections.
That's all.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next,
Next,
telephone amendment.
Telephone
Make
amendment.
sure we're clear on that, it's not the regular telephone, so.
Currently right now at the jail, we use Combined Communications. They're our inmate phone provider. They provide a method of report. I know John's probably used some of the recordings that Chip has. It's basically, recorded monitoring of all of our calls at the jail. We get a commission off those actual phone calls. They offer a service, and this is zero tax, but this is something they just offer to their customers. This is zero tax cost, does not change our commissions or anything for the actual jail, but they offer a mail scanning option now for the jail. Currently, in previous issues that the jail had is that liquid drugs would be dripped on letters and stuff, mailed into an inmate. The inmate would eat the paper.
I read that in your report.
Yes, that happens. Got pictures of my phone on Suboxone strips glued into the inside seam of an envelope. So to combat that at the jail, currently right now we have a deputy that is opening all the envelopes.
Is he tasting it?
What's that? We're doing taste? No, we're not. No. Currently opening all envelopes, scanning the actual and copying the actual letter. The way I figure it's over 300 hours, deputy hours a year that we're spending doing this. So this company, our Combined Communication, offers a P.O. box that we change where all the inmate mail goes to. They scan it, they open it, they actually do retention as well on the actual scanned documents. The inmates on the video visitation kiosk inside the jail, they can type in their inmate PIN and their code and actually read their mail on a screen. So not only are we saving 300 hours worth of deputy time, we're also, my deputies are not getting exposed to somebody that may try to mail something in that does not know the process that we're copying it. So I'm trying to hit the contraband front every angle that we can. And I sent the contract over for to all magistrates and for Chip to review. Chip said it was in line with everything that he read through, so I'm asking the court to allow me to sign that contract and implement that at the Nelson County Jail.
Make a motion to sign the contract for the free service.
By Lear, second by Metcalf. To allow him to do the contract on the, explain that, what's the
The
title?
name of the company is Combined Communications.
Combined Communications. To adopt that policy. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Who approved it? Who seconded?
Lear first, I second.
Inmate work program. Fee schedule, I'm sorry, he done, the telephone amendment thing, just to let you know that will help pay for that extra person he wants to put in, at $700 so fee schedule, go ahead.
Okay, so I presented everybody the fee schedule for the jail. The last time the fee schedule was updated for the jail was 2010, to my knowledge. And so I wanted to present to the court the updated fee schedule so you all can vote on, because the actual fiscal court.
Got an extra copy?
I'm looking for my copy, as a matter of fact. This is what I'm looking for. Here we go. I have mine. I can pass it around if everybody needs to take a look at it.
Can you, let me have it. Can you take it in there and get her to, thank you. Right? He's gonna make a copy of it. Go ahead and discuss it. It's pretty.
Okay, so fee schedule, I modeled it off of kind of what Hardin County, I modeled it kind of on what Hardin County is doing, and also what some recommendations from our jail inspector. Basically, sick call for a nurse, $10 visit, sick call for a doctor, $20 visit, prescription copay for formulary, which is considered actually under the covered formulary for the pharmacy, $10 a prescription. Any non-formulary medication would be 100% responsibility, or would get billed to the inmate. We don't withhold medical care, treatment, or medication if they can pay it or not. We have to do it legally. Dentist, $25, labs, $10, x-rays and other testing, $35, random drug testing, $25. The housing fee, now this is a discussion the court will need to have here. Currently, Hardin County Jail charges $30 a day housing, $30 a day per booking, $30 for weekenders, and then we charge $35 for work release. Now, under the statute,
Back up to that work release, what did you just say?
$35 for work release per day.
For work release.
If you got an employee, I mean, you went and got a prisoner out of jail, I used to do it. So
Yeah.
I'm familiar with it.
Right.
I go down there and get my worker out of jail, he has to pay $35.
Oh, I got you. I'll make sure I look at other folks. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
and so, of course, with state prisoners, we do not charge housing or booking fees because the state pays for their their room and board. Under statute, we can charge a maximum of $50 a day housing. Booking fee, I went back on the statute, I thought it was $50 a day. Under statute, there are some jails that's charging $65. Now, what I will advise the court is that the inmate, normally while they're incarcerated, are not the ones paying this. It's grandma, mom, dad, sister, uncle, brother that's coming up here to put money on the books because they want to order something from the canteen account, right? So, thanks, sir. So, they want to order something from the canteen account. So, generally what most jails do is that once the booking fee is paid, then the inmate will start accruing an actual balance where they can purchase items. So, just keep in mind that a lot of times the incarcerated individual, it's somebody else paying that, per se. Their housing fee and booking fee is not, the inmate's not really getting punished until they get released and they get their bill for however long you charge the housing. Yes, sir, Keith.
How do you get blood out of the term?
Yeah, delinquency.
Very, very hard. I mean, it's hard, but it's,
So they're gonna pressure this and suggest it, but at the end of the day,
end of the day, it'd be no different than
what you are
a
now.
hospital bill that you don't pay, go to collections, that type of deal. I mean, it wouldn't be,
Well, right now, you said you're getting 0, correct?
right.
So I guess if you got 1.
Can we get something?
Now back that up.
Yeah, we gotta back it up just a little bit on that, yes.
You need to address that?
Yes, please.
Back in March of this past year, I think it was in March, I think Matthew sent Jailer an email, said the Supreme Court order said they could not charge booking fees no longer. Now, they've been.
And housing.
They've been charging them up until that point. They had to do it. In July, they passed a law through the state. They added some language in the statute that says he could do it. And that hasn't been challenged, I know of.
Hasn't been
So
challenged.
other than y'all, or most jails have picked it back up. And for whatever reason, I don't know, but our jail has not been charging booking fees since July. So we've been getting 0 for that reason. Now, what we have been getting from March back over the years, I don't have any idea. I don't know what was in the budget. If you got was that a line item budget, what they were collecting?
I believe it was, I'll have to go back on.
So I don't know what it would have been, but we were getting money. This is not something new, it's just something we got to reinvent. Now, my feeling is we're putting $1.8 million worth of taxpayers' money in the jail. That year people not following the law. Got 84% repeat offenders, like he said, whatever it was a while ago. And it's like anything else, you can bill them $50, and he's bringing it up too about a collection company to collect that. You might get $10, you might get 20, you might not get nothing. But I don't have a lot of mercy for them personally, so I think we ought to go $50.
Justin, do you know what the previous per day?
Yes, sir, I do. Send it, let me pull it up on the
Ours
phone.
was
I sent that.
$35.
John, you got that? The previous in 2010, what was approved by the court, and I know I sent a copy to John, so that's why I'm going
Somewhere
back.
around $29, $35.
Yeah,
So you're right in line with what it was before now?
that's what it was, and I based it off Hardin County, but basically I wanted to present to the court, you know, our fee schedule, what we can do, you know, and try to get something, you know, to get some fees rolling.
Are you judging this off of Hardin County, everything you're telling us so far?
A couple of the housing and booking fees. The other ones I went back on, Captain Reynolds actually did the actual hospital fees, or not hospital fees, but doctor fees. But our
Current one or
that's the current one. Yeah.
That's the one you want now, right?
Let me see, let me go.
So what happens sometimes, Keith, when you say, how do you get blood out of a tourniquet? Some of the people that get arrested and have a bill at the jail for those booking fees, when they get arrested and they have money, that money gets dropped into the account.
Yeah.
I think that's the old.
That's how it used to be done.
Yeah, I know I had a boy in jail, and I went down there and asked him for money. He said, I don't have it. And I went back down there and asked him about it, and they said, oh, well, he owes this and he owes that. We took that out first. I said, why you put no more down there?
Well, and that is something that,
I'm gonna recommend that the court that we charge $50 a day for booking fees.
Okay.
And $50 a day for the, what do you call that, inmate fees?
That's your booking fee and housing fee.
And
That's what you
$50
got.
on the booking fee, that's what I'm recommending.
Now, real quick, on the last one that was approved August 3rd, 2010, I was advised by the jail inspector to not put 100%, to actually set a cost. It was nurse practitioner 100%, doctor 100%, prescription 100%, random drug testing $25, weekend housing $27, administrative work release $50 one-time fee. The housing fee was $27 and the booking fee was $20. So in 2010, the housing fee $27 per day and booking fee of $20.
Do you have a,
Surpassed that a little while.
now, do you have a percentage of what might get paid?
Nope.
You don't have it, I asked him, he said there's a lot, he just don't have it.
I don't, but like I said, this.
Well, maybe in 3 months, like Jeff said, maybe you can tell us how it's working.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there any fees of that would be garnished out of future
I'll
wages?
make the motion.
Well, it would be up to the next item, or one of the other items, is who we decide. I'll let them, hold on.
Chip, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Would these fees be able to get charged through the court proceedings?
So I was going to add that in our plea agreement paperwork in district court, we say that the inmate agrees to pay any fees, applicable fees charged by the jail. Now, again, you got the blood and the turnip issue, but we at least put that in order, so it's another avenue to try to
Like
collect.
so.
Yes.
More than half. If you can get it out of 20%, that's more than half.
That's right.
Dollars better than no dollar.
Keith,
I'll make the motion to accept his fee
I'll second.
schedule.
at 50/50.
Now, hold on, because what he said is different than what's on
I'm
the sheet.
talking about what I said. I suggested 50/50.
Does the KRS set a limit?
KRS sets a limit on housing at $50 per day.
That's the limit, okay.
At $50 now. In this fee schedule, do we have to adopt everything else you got on there as far as the,
That was my recommendation to the court.
I don't have a problem.
you got all the other stuff in there?
Yeah.
And we're gonna change that other to 50/50.
But yeah, if the court votes on it, we would change those two.
So everything else will keep the same.
That'd be my recommendation.
And you good with that? So,
Yeah, that'd be my.
John, I got a motion?
Let me ask, because I don't think
Wait a
you
minute,
can
I
make
got
a
a
motion
motion.
like that.
Yeah, I think the motion needs to be clear that he's wanting to adopt his fee schedule with the amendments of the state where they are.
I'll also make the motion.
Motion from, second by Wheatley, to adopt his fee schedule with the two changes, is $50 booking fee and $50 housing fee. Is that clear? Any more suggestions, or any more comments?
Is that weekend dollars per day as well, 50?
The motion stated $50.
He's got 4 different items
There's
per day.
$50 for housing fee per day and $50 per booking, what I understood the motion to
Okay? And that would include weekends.
be.
No, it's a separate line item.
And then it's a separate. Weekends and
Do we have to vote on that
work.
separately?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Well, you've got a motion on the floor. I don't know if it's been seconded yet.
Yeah, we got a motion and second.
Okay, so if you want to do anything different, you probably need to defeat the motion and then have another motion made.
Let me defeat the motion.
You can withdraw your motion.
Withdraw.
Yeah.
You
I
withdraw.
withdraw, correct.
All right, explain to me the 50, why you want to go to the 50 instead of what Justin has proposed.
Because I think it's, like I said earlier, that they're committing crimes, and if we can get whatever, the most we can get out of them, I just think that's fair to the taxpayers. And you're not gonna, some cases you'll get it all, some cases you won't. So if it averages out, you might get, I don't know, but we couldn't go back and get any data, how much we could have gotten or have gotten.
All right, Justin, why did you suggest $30 a day?
I went off what Hardin County charges for their housing. And
Hardin
several-
County's got 300 plus in theirs?
They got 600 plus. inmates.
600 plus.
They
But
got
the other
600.
county, you said it charges more than that.
Yeah, there was another county I went through and I don't have it right in front of me. There is some counties that charge more than 30.
Yeah, but the KRS.
What's the
like
detriment?
KRS is limited at 50.
What's
we're
the
okay.
detriment to charging more?
Charging them more is just basically what you can collect at the end of, basically, I mean.
That's on the odds, is what I said.
If you collected nothing,
Brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I mean,
Anytime you put part of the cost and the burden on the person that actually committed the crime to the taxpayer, I'm
Well, you put it
afraid.
on their family.
Yeah, you're putting it on their family.
I understand, I understand.
Or their,
Yeah.
that people.
But other than that, you're putting it on every other family.
All right,
So it's
I might
always
want to make a different motion and split the difference between you two. You wanted 50 and you wanted 30. I'm gonna make the motion to amend this to 40, and 40 per booking day, and 40 per weekend.
There's a better line.
Work release is the last one. We're gonna leave it at 35.
I think 35 is fair with that. You know, when I had to get an employee out of jail, it cost me $35.
Well, it should cost us 40.
I had to add that to his pay, if you know what I'm saying.
Why don't you leave that at 40?
I'm gonna leave it at 35 like you've got it.
That's your motion.
That's my motion.
A second. Motion by Metcalf, second by Lear. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it passes. We've got all that language, we can make sure we're clear on that later on, I guess, and Justin can clarify what he's got in there.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, next one is inmate work program.
Yep, I would like to ask the court.
It's work release. You cut up work release, you just cut up work program.
MA work program. I would like to allow the hiring of 2 part-time deputy jailers to start an inmate work program. Salaries for the deputy, 1 deputy be paid for out of the inmate commissary fund and 1 out of the actual general fund, but I also believe Tim had some ideas as well.
Can I table that?
Yeah, yes.
We'll bring it up at another time.
Yes, that's
Come
fine.
on, is that all right, with y'all? I'm gonna table that.
Yeah, and keep it in consideration starting in July
Yeah, well, there's some other
at the
things.
new
budget. So we need a motion and a second to table.
No.
No? Okay.
Judge can take.
Okay, good.
Next one, policy procedure.
Policy and procedure, new policy and procedures and inmate handbook are in process of being created and updated for the facility. This will need to be reviewed by the county attorney and presented to the court for a vote of acceptance. Jail inspector is requesting this by March of 2023.
So you've got us a policy already? You
I'm
have
on page 85 of 290.
So, you're working on it?
Still working on it.
So we're tabling that too?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll bring that the next regular scheduled meeting. Can you do that, Justin?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to be clear, the next meeting, we have to make a motion to take it off, or we have to vote to do it.
Next meeting, say it again?
You'll have
If
to,
you want to bring it back up, there'll have to be a motion to take it off the table and put it back into the active agenda. This way, you just
There'll be 2 meetings out there for you actually.
H,
All right. I want to rename the jail. There's only a few.
man, jail.
That's
a little ring to it.
That's what I figured we'll call it. We offer programs. My vision for the jail is I want to turn our jail into an agency. I want to offer programs. I want to actually, and again, I'm only going to reach 10% of the people in there. But my goal as jailer is not only to take care of them constitutionally, but also to do what I can to help get them a GED, get them AA, get them some type of treatment that may keep them out of the jail. And a jail, to me, Nelson County Jail, there's not very many correctional centers called a jail. I request support to allow me to rename the Nelson County Jail the Nelson County Correctional Center.
Question, how much do you think that's gonna cost? Paperwork and painting and?
We print all the forms and stuff off on our
What about the
computers.
uniforms? Are the uniforms got the old name?
Uniform just says Commonwealth of Kentucky, and I wouldn't change the uniforms till the next time they get wore out. But basically, I will.
Basically a wash, it's nothing.
Yeah, basically.
You gotta change the sign on the building.
Yeah, I will change the sign on the building. I will do that.
It'll cost a little.
It'll cost a little bit.
It needs to be washed anyway, it's got a lot of black soot.
Yeah, so we do it while we're pressure washing.
How about that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, new one's a whole lot more clean than
I guarantee it.
Yeah. But it would just be changing the lettering and wording. I ain't gonna order.
Well, I think Justin's trying to, he's, like I said, he just got elected, he's a constitutional officer, and I think he's proud of it, and he wants to make some changes down there that he's proud of, and make the community better, and all that, so I think I would suggest that, I would suggest that we do that. Anybody want to make a motion?
Well, I'm in favor.
Can this one-time expense on the sign, because that, I'm assuming that's gonna be your biggest expense. Can that be funded through the commissary fund?
No, because it doesn't relate to security of it, but we could change the sign at a time, but for, we will change it and update. I'm not gonna do it tomorrow, but I want to get from Rhonda what's left in our budget, what's left in our budget from there, and if I do have some left over, I will get a quote to get that switched over. Now, if it's a sign that says, do not open this door, or do not, being that it's a security sign, I can pay for it out of commissary. The sign of the jail wouldn't really fall under security, so.
Okay, so Fiscal Court's gonna have to pay for that. So you need to get a couple bids and bring it before us. And that's okay. You do the design work, get it rid of how you want it. And if Fiscal Court's gonna pay for it, we're gonna need a couple bids right there.
Yeah, we gotta get some quotes anyway.
Yeah.
Gotta make it fair to all of us. People
Yeah,
that do sign
absolutely.
business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But we don't need that to approve the motion to change the name.
No.
That's correct. Anybody got a motion to change the name?
I mean,
John Snow, motion. Whitney, second. Any more discussion?
I got one question to go back a couple. This money is gonna charge on the booking thing. So go to the commissary
I
fund?
can't do that. I gotta finish this motion first.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. You got all that, Jeanette? All right, go ahead, Keith.
Yes, sir.
Where does this booking fee go?
Booking fee goes to you all.
So it'll come back to Ron?
Yes.
Okay.
The I put on there, and we don't have to discuss it, I just put it on there, I've already asked Chip, when y'all passed, the previous court gave the part-timers a $2 raise. I think it was $2 raise.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
But he said if we do not have to amend the budget for that. So you just skip I, you go to the J.
Okay, for all these fees and stuff that we're charging, we don't have a big enough staff at the jail to actually be a collection agency too. We got, hundreds of people going in and out of the jail. And like I said, I don't have a contract in front of me, but I'd like to notify the court that I would like to look, there's companies that don't charge jail anything, they get a portion of the fee, but they basically, once we release somebody out of our system, our server automatically sends them the release date, the billing information and stuff, and then they begin the billing and collection process of the actual fees. Don't have any of those figures in front of it, but I want to notify the court if that's something we can proceed upon to get bids and contracts on that in the future to see kind of where that stands at.
Do you have a guesstimate for what they charge?
No, I don't.
Do you have a guesstimate on the volume? I mean,
No, I don't. No, I don't. This is something.
Earlier he didn't have it.
Yeah.
I mean, but you understand, I mean.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Released in the past, if 84% are coming back.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, 15% of the thing, that wouldn't take a lot.
Yeah,
That's the
right.
way I'm looking at it, that's,
And my
I
understanding,
wouldn't
there's.
want to outsource it for 50% of.
Oh, yeah, I grab that. Yeah, I get that. But it's basically, for lack of better terms, it basically takes it out of the jail's hands of having to make sure people are paying and going back on books and actually gives the ability. My understanding is that we're not charged, the county would not be charged for this service. They collect it through fees.
Right, but you're giving up a percentage of the money for them.
Right.
Yeah, whether it's 15 or 45.
I'd rather have the number, I'd rather have the number of inmates first.
Right, I agree.
There could be 3
And
agencies.
that's something, that's why I just wanted to bring it up per se right now. That's why I don't have a contract numbers or anything, I'm just rolling off the top of my head.
Yeah, we'll table that for later discussion. And Justin will ask you to get what some other counties are doing. Give us some comparisons, what they're doing, who they're using, and what it would cost and some quotes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's one thing. Next thing is update on food costs.
I went through our food costs, currently right now, it's actually comparable to what I see. Right now, we're paying roughly $2.33 a meal at the jail. So I'm pretty satisfied with that. I just wanted to address the court and let them know.
Does that include the cost of preparing it?
It includes the cost of deputies preparing it. Yes.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we're at on that. I am going to look at kind of what we're ordering and maybe some menu changes to see what we can do to kind of, trim that down maybe a little bit, but to me, it's reasonable kind of where it's at right now.
Well, you did say there's another company out there that does a lot of jails that's a little bit cheaper than that. He's going to look into it.
Yeah, I'm going to look into it too. There is some outsourcing you can do on the food. There's several different vendors that actually do that as well.
So medical review.
Medical review, I went over our medical budget, and it's it is in line with kind of what's to be expected. I would like to look on tightening it up. We spent a little over $30,000 last year in medication. We spent over $130,000 for our medical provider. That is a competitive market as far as medical goes in jails. We definitely want a medical provider at the jail that specializes in corrections for liability and litigation reasons. But I just wanted to make the court aware of that as well.
All right, the remodel and addition, the reason I put that on there is during the election process in the last few years, everybody's talking about, building a new jail, adding on a jail, whatever. So what I'm going to ask Justin to do is come up with some numbers, compare. I know Magistrate Snow and some others, talking about regional jail, which right out of the gate, I've always said that I'm not in favor of. If they can prove to me that you can make money and not cost taxpayers money, I would not be opposed to that. I don't think it can happen because the state can change the laws so easy and knock so many state prisoners out that we end up with a whole lot of debt service that we can't pay. So what I asked Justin to do is come up with some plans about what it costs to remodel, get some estimations, adding on. You heard him say earlier, the female prisoners is where we're really in bad shape. And he he's having trouble because you gotta separate them down there, and they don't, and I don't know how much room they got to add on to it, but. So anyway, it's just for discussion, anybody got any discussion, question for him on this, just while we're, got it on the tape. So, if you can get whatever information you can on both of those projects, and bring it up, how much room and how many female rooms you can put on, I know the major remodel probably to do a lot of it.
And first call I'll be making to the jail inspector to see every administration at DOC kind of sets new rules for local facility. So I'll ask them what the minimum requirements is for the county to get started on that process. So I'll relay to the court once I reach out for that.
Anything else in jail?
No, sir, I'm good.
Anybody else?
One question, Justin, it's just not our jail, it's the other 120 counties too.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, it's not like we're just sitting down.
Uh,
We're the only jail that's open.
The only jail that's got open beds right now is LaRue County, and that's because the previous jailer let all the state
Change of
inmates go.
administration, yeah.
Yeah, so,
You let them out.
that's a story for a different time. Yeah, the only jail that's got open beds, right now is LaRue County Jail that I'm aware of.
Well, the next time you come to court, I hope you solve 98% of your problems.
But, hey, I'm trying to be an open book there. I love you all to
We'll
death.
be transparent.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
As this court
absolutely.
does, that's our goal. The coroner's report discussion, Daniil Chadwick is here, and we'll start out with the office. We got her in office at the Career Center, and it's doable temporarily because we had some room, and Justin gave her some computers. I think Rhonda has ordered her some, and we got some supplies. It's just an ongoing thing we got to do to get her going. First night, I guess at 12:01, she takes office, and about 1:30, I got 2 phone calls, and then Deputy Coroner called me, and Metcalf called me, and said, I'm not the coroner, they'll be calling me, but anyway, so we got it all worked out. There was some miscommunication on some phone lines and stuff, and I don't know whether, but we got all that worked out, so I think she's gonna do a good job. We've got the office again down there. I put mutual aid agreement on here. Daniil, if you want to explain that, because you have to be certified and you're going to have one class by February, is that correct?
Right, it's the end of January, February. But before I start, let me just thank
go
all
ahead.
the first responders that were with us the first night that we took over. And let me thank Carrie for getting the word out to whoever to give me a call to get us out there. There was confusion due to the phone lines. We couldn't take the old administration out to put the new administration in. So at 12:01, there was that gap. It's been straightened out. I talked to Missy yesterday, and everything's been straightened out. Everything's been added in, so we're good with that. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the crews that helped us. We got some of the confusion out. There's a lot of communication that we've done. So we need to say that first.
Okay.
As far as our office, this is the first time the coroner's office has been freestanding. So let me say I'm very proud to make that happen. It is in the Career Center building. We've not used anything outside of our budget to make this happen. We've done it all within our budget. We still need to get internet and a fax line, but we're trying to work through that because the roof has a leak and package is short, and so
Another
we
leak.
have to get through that. The mutual aid agreement has to be done because once a year there's a boarding class. They're trying to work that out and see if they're going to have another one, but as of right now, we only have one. It's from January 30th to February 3rd. So within this first month, we have to have the outlying coroner's offices help us. So I have Board County and Hardin County helping us. For each call that they have, or that we get, one of their coroners comes to help us. So their attorney has made a fluffy, let me say, mutual aid agreement, and I made a mutual agreement for us, not as fluffy. So we've got that so that both offices can work with each other, and there's no fees involved with it. I don't have to pay them, they don't have to pay me. It's just a protection between the two of us, saying that they're coming to our area it's more of a territorial kind of thing. So they're coming to our area to help us out, and then I go to their area if in a future time that they need help. Currently, they have more staff than I will have for a long time. With that being said,
The reason why, just to go back on that, you have to be certified to
right,
sign,
you have to be
to sign the
certified
papers.
to sign your death certificate.
Yeah, so the other night, you had to get whoever you brought in, because you nor your deputy coroners could sign the death certificate, is that correct?
Right, and the outlying coroner is not going to come after the fact and say, oh, are you sure you got all the information, and sign off on us. So with the mutual aid, they'll come in to the scene with us and view everything the same as we are.
So that took
Teach
some
us
time.
along the way so that, we get everything straightened out. And then they can sign up on the death certificates until we become certified.
Well, they don't have a class, like she said, but once year
Right,
to get
right.
certified, and that's just the way it is. I don't know why, but one thing I would suggest is those mutual aid agreements, you get them chipped
Yeah,
both sides.
I've seen hers, but I haven't seen the other attorneys that you mentioned.
I will get it to them.
Make sure he gets all that clarified. Everybody all right with that so far? So far.
Everybody good?
Next one was C.
And let me give you an easy way to pronounce my last name. It's claws on a cat and deck on a house. So Claudette. Okay?
Claw like a cat,
Deck on a house.
deck on a house.
Okay?
I never could pronounce it right, nor could I sheriff, but he
It's
always
okay.
answered to me.
You guys always, I always answer to whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay. C, did you say?
C, the deputy coroner positions.
I would like to add a deputy coroner to us. As you know, our deputies don't get paid anything more than almost volunteers. Once they're certified, they get $450 a month. But in the long scheme of things, I would like to have a coroner with deputies allotted to different areas. To make that happen, I need one more deputy.
Yeah, but the KRS clearly states 1 per 25,000.
It does.
So why do you
It
want
also
to change
says-
that? The last coroner would have loved to have a third coroner, but he couldn't do it because of that.
Well, the KRS says that the fiscal court can grant me as many coroner or as many deputies as possible.
We don't have it in the budget
We
though.
do have it in the budget. I have shaved the transport fees to.
Is it legal?
Yes. Everything within my
But the
budget.
statute just says it's the minimum.
Minimum is 1 per 25,000, so
If
you
you
have,
all want to approve more, you can.
and within a
That's-
year,
that's up to you all, though.
I don't know how far you go, but within a year or two, we're gonna be at 50,000 anyway, then we're gonna have to probably do it. You gotta have 1 by 25, so now we got two, surpass up to 48,900 or whatever we got.
KRS, they put that in there for a reason. It's just
Yeah.
like all the other KRSs that we have to abide
They got a
by.
KRS on them, they ain't paying us nothing. What about that KRS? So she is trimmed and trimmed and trimmed.
I haven't seen the budget. Has any of y'all?
You got it?
The budget came along with the office, so I haven't moved, I have
It's
not
existing budget.
arranged anything with the budget.
With that, you can let Rhonda clarify some of this, but we're paying, what we're paying reimbursements to the previous coroner and his expenses. You said 450, I thought it was 350 that they're getting.
It's 300 when they start, 450 once they become certified.
Okay, that's what they're getting now.
But because the surrounding funeral homes are helping with transports right now, we're doing it as $200 per transport compared to $300 per transport. So that's shaving off some time, or some. of
All
our
right,
money.
Barlow Funeral Home, and then what's the name of the other one?
Greenwell.
Greenwell, both have agreed to help her and use her vehicles to transport these
The prior
bodies.
administration does not want to do that.
And we're gonna think about this a little bit long term as the budget comes up, but if we can work a contract with them eventually long term, I don't know what the Neil feel about it, but you go out and buy vans and insurance and maintenance and on and on and on, I mean, that's a lot of expense, but they've agreed to do it for $200 instead of $300.
So did they transport the bodies the other night?
They did. They transported,
Who's they?
well, EMS had to transport one because they were at an accident and we weren't sure what to do with that person. So they were sitting on the ambulance for almost an hour before we got them to move to where they needed to go to. So they transported, EMS transported to Barlow's Funeral Park. And then we transported by the help of Greenwell Funeral Home, and then the family eventually went to Mattingly the next day. The second person, we had two cases within like 10 minutes of each other, okay? So the second person, we transported them to Barlow's with the aid of Barlow's Funeral Home. So we took them to Barlow's and the family actually stayed there.
So the thing about it is if you really looked at transports, until we get all the numbers, I don't have all of them from the previous quarter to really digest all of it, but based on what I can see, that $200 or $100 per run is going to, may save us money. It's going to pretty much pay for that. At that 48, it'd be $5,400 a year, right?
Right. About that.
It would provide a better service. Joey Pruitt's already said anytime they're out on the scene, they will help transport. I guess you did that with previous quarter, Joey, too? Did you help them some when you was out on the scene?
When we are on scene, at the corner, and show up in a timely fashion, then we can transport that to local.
So that actually will save some money on that end of it.
How long was you there the other night, Joe?
On the wreck, about 2 hours and 20 minutes.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You're talking about the savings using Barlow's and Greenville's. Are they gonna be under contract for that? Are they signing a contract that says they'll do that for a year?
They've got a mutual aid agreement also, so we need to get Chip look into that.
We have to do that.
With the lady.
But if they suddenly decide to stop doing that, then we're back to paying whatever we have to pay to get transportation done. If we don't have a van, and we're dependent on them, and they suddenly decide to stop doing it, then we gotta come up with an alternate plan pretty quickly.
I think it'd be in our best interest to solicit an agreement, a signed agreement, instead of a mutual aid, just for down the road. I'm not talking about immediately, so that we don't run into that problem.
As long as it's all right with.
Yeah, he's got to get any, yeah, contract.
Well, here's some information for you. Within the last 4 years, the combination of the last 4 years, approximately $45,000 has been spent for transport from the previous administration. With the $45,000, if you guys want to worry about who's going to do the transporting, $45,000 to buy the van.
That's not in the budget here, the 45,000.
It's under transport fees.
I saw it got paid out October, November of last year in the amount of $2,900.
But over the last 4 years, it's gone.
Those are transports to the medical examiner.
Right, to the medical examiner.
Oh, that's only for the, if they
Yes,
go.
only to medical examiner.
Now, how's that determined? There's a sticky thing there. The family
There's-
can request it, but you've got to know that it's,
There's several items that the coroner has to look at to get it done. It's within the KRS.
And clarification, EMS, when we do transport, that's $150 extra charge, $17.65. That's what that's for you.
That we're gonna have to adjust. I mean, I've looked at this thing, and I think with using Barlow and Greenville, it's gonna save the county a lot of money over time. And it's something that we'll have to decide as we get moving here, because eventually I'm gonna get that office in another location. And I'll bring it up a little bit later, if we run out of time. But, as of right now, to provide a good service, I still think it's gonna, if we add that third one, it's gonna be, I think it's actually gonna save us money by using Barlow agreement, and actually, I'm not gonna say a wash, I think we're gonna have to save money. I can't give you a definite hard numbers, because we don't have all those numbers from the previous.
can we table that until we see the budget? Until we get?
Well, the reason why I don't wanna table it is because she's gotta get them certified, and she's gotta get them.
Got to get the class. It's all for one.
Let's wait until after the class is over, so.
Yep,
then
She's
I
the
will
only
have
they
us
passed the
find-
class.
Who you gonna send to it? You gotta have them, you gotta send them.
Yeah, they're saying if we don't vote for the third one, we can't.
That's what I'm saying, you gotta have them to, and I don't like the way it's set up.
No, we're kind of back in their corner on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we got about 2 years or 2, and now all of a sudden we got a new administration, we need 3, and she's only day 3 into the job. I think it needs some.
You want
more
to table
thing-
it till the 17th, that's fine, I'll come and argue it on the 17th too. That's fine.
I don't have the budget, I don't have all the
Well, we
transfer.
would be, yeah.
When do they meet again?
Who?
When's your class?
January 30th to February 3rd.
Is there a deadline for signing up for that, do you know?
Next, about 20th, I would
Day
say.
before, probably.
We can probably still sign up for that extra spot and
I'm
not,
gonna sign up for it.
yeah, sign up for it, and
and
then if you don't use it, they'll
Right.
usually
I-
refund you.
So you wanna
But
wait till
us
she gives us
moving
more
around the
information?
application,
I need something in front of me to kind of digest it, and I don't have nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have.
I think
any
that's a good
what-
idea to wait to get the budget, which we just need a copy of the line item budget for the coroner's office.
I don't see why you think you need one third day in the job. I know you had a misfortune the very first day you was in the job, but, I mean, I'd like to have something more warranted. I didn't hire 2 backhoe operators just because, the one guy might not show up. I mean, you know, I had a budget to follow too.
It has nothing to do with that. It's with the growth of the county and the growth of the office.
Yeah, but the KRS is pretty clear. We're under 50,000. We're under 50,000. And it says 1. They did that wording for a reason. I mean,
It also
that's,
says that you can,
well, we could do anything we probably wanted to do.
okay,
But as Nelson County taxpayers' money, that's what they hired us for, to be their watchdog.
Neil, the transport services, are they come out of your autopsy and services?
it's under, transport, yes, it's under autopsy.
Autopsy and services?
Autopsy and services.
That line item is 11.5.
Hold on, look here.
Say it again.
That's 11.5 a year for autopsies and services.
If you look at the population, you need 1.88.
Well,
You do two corner, deputy coroner, 5,400 plus.
I understand, and I agree with everybody basically, because it's, she's inherited some, she don't have all her data, to be quite honest about it. But what I'll do, I'll get with her, and I'll get you some more data, have you received those files yet?
No, that
Previous
I know
quarter?
of, I don't know where they're at if I have.
We better get all those files, because we don't have all those files, and then we'll come back and, at the next,
Our transition wasn't as easy as some of the other offices.
And just as a clarity, there's coroner and 2 deputies currently?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm, okay, got it, okay.
And
For the record,
to clarify, it says deputy salaries and coroner expenses on the budget. The coroner expenses are payroll, just so you know that.
Okay.
Okay, it has been broken down for that. So I'm asking for the extra deputy to come out of the autopsy and services.
How can you take that out of it when you don't know how many deaths we're gonna have?
I don't know how many people are gonna die this year, but I can, once I get the files and tally that up, because nothing is electronic right now, I can tell you how many died last year.
Okay, so we just need to.
what I want to do is
into-
table this,
So we get some more
the
information.
deputy coroner positions and the transport support, that we've got, we need a mutual aid agreement with that,
Well, or a contract.
or a
something.
contract.
But if you find that she didn't get me what she had,
You get good with that,
I'll do it.
okay? And then we'll bring this other up, and I'll get with you, get more information from the previous corner, so that's,
I have a few more things.
yeah, that's fine. And then, any other business under this?
Yes, there's a program that was purchased in 2017. It's called the Coroner ME. It's a case management program. It's a software that we can use to put all of our information in, and it prints out all of our reports, gives our death certificates, etc. It was purchased and funded by the Kentucky Justice Cabinet in 2017 for $2,750. It's never been used since 2017 when it was brought to the county. It's $540 a year, And it would be beneficial for us to have that so that everything is electronic instead of in a notebook or on a piece of paper. If we could have that.
So, you've got it, but haven't ever used it?
The county has it, but it has never been used.
They have a license for it, you need the 560 for the maintenance, yearly maintenance.
A year, I mean,
So what are you asking we gotta pay,
$540 for the maintenance fee, so I can get it up and running.
and they've never used it?
And they've never used it.
Okay.
Have you personally spoke to Jimmy Pollard?
Yes, I have.
And this is basically what most corners are doing.
Yes.
They're going on all, they're scanning everything, it's basically,
Yes.
I don't have no problem with that for sure.
I'll make the motion to spend the $540 to get this license.
Got a motion on the floor to do the $540 contract for Daniil to use it service. Second by MT, any more discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed? You got that? Okay.
We have a grant that's in the works, it's already been applied for, it's for $20,000 to bring electronics into the office to make it updated. Currently, there's no electronics that came along with the office. So out of our budget, I purchased the minimal amount that we can get until what the grant's decided. And that is supposed to be by February.
When you say electronics, what do you mean by electronics?
Computers, scanners, monitors, anything like that.
I thought Justin set you up with a computer.
He gave me two that are very old and they will last for 2 years. We could have some new ones. I've got a grant for that. You won't have to pay for it.
And you're working on that, you'll know about
It's already
February.
been applied for.
Okay. Anything else,
As a
Daniil?
long term with the coroner's office, it'll do more than just go pick up your loved ones. It'll be a training and a communications with the community to help educate the community of what's happening with your drug addiction, your drug losses, your domestic violence. It's not going to be just a pick up and go, take it to the hospital. We plan on being part of the community, not in the backside of it. So just so you guys know that, you're going to see me more often. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
You good with that, Daniil?
I'm good.
Okay. Public officials, bonds, Rhonda and Chip, we have to be bonded. You want to talk about that?
I just had all elected officials, not county magistrates, but all my main elected officials, including the coroner, deputy coroner, county attorney, jailer, sheriff, clerk, county judge, everyone has to be bonded. There's a minimum amount, $10,000 bond. All officials, we've applied for those, everything's been approved. I just need, as a matter of record, to approve all the bonds for these county officials.
I'll make the motion, Judge.
And to be recorded with the county clerk's office.
Okay, as a matter of record, Keith Metcalf, motion.
Second.
Second by Snow, any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And you can get that,
I'll take care of it.
Jeanette. Recreation report, you got anything, Derek?
I don't know what went on, sir, just cleaned up some brush, just rained again, I got the cold backing up right now, so I'll get
I got one thing.
Yes, sir.
There was a fire yesterday morning at Covington Ballpark, a stolen vehicle, and they set it on fire. I think we might need to start locking that gate, do a dusk to dawn. They have been up there cutting laps. I know Chris has seen that. Parking lot's getting terrible. The people that live around there are getting scared. And before it was locked every night at dark, but maybe on your way, or somebody's way home, yeah, if y'all can just get it, open it and close it, I think it.
Is that time?
Thank you, Derek, that's all.
Anybody got a question for him? All right, let's move on to the road department. Chris Martin.
Since our last court, we got our first snow event. It's ended up being a good one due to the extreme cold temperatures. We've was at it about 4 days trying to get all that off. We used about approximately 292 tons of salt. We still have approximately 1,800 to 2,000 tons still in the barn. After a big event like that, it takes you all day to get it all cleaned back up and re-greased and repair some of your equipment. We done a little bit of shouldering. We shouldered Iris Ridge, and we started shouldering on Plum Run. With this heavy rain today, I hope a lot of it's still there. From what we've done shoulder some of the roads that have been paved. I don't know, I've been getting calls, there's rock out the road everywhere.
A lot of rain.
Did you have any major repairs come out of the snow?
No, one of our older trucks had a hub, went bad, and they actually got to make it. Other than that, no accidents. So,
No
the
mailbox?
truck got stuck, we got him pulled out with no tow wheels or nothing, so. Actually went well for the conditions and a young crew, and they all done really well.
I stayed in contact with them a lot. I just want to say y'all did a great job all over, I think, just let you know that.
Yeah, let all you guys know that. We appreciate it.
Y'all think y'all was well prepared, and then your training helped out a lot. The other two things, I don't know if you've got a copy of this budget, and I'm asking every department to do this. Equipment condition update when you get time, and then any surplus equipment, supplies, materials, anything's been sitting there forever that we can sell, get something out of it instead of rotting or wasting, or you can do that and get back to me at some point.
Okay, sure will.
Landfill, John Greenville, solid waste.
Okay. Our new sale update, so basically we're in our third phase of permitting for that technical application. Hopefully get those responses by the next week or so. They were out for the holidays, hopefully get that back. With the state response, they had a few questions about like our seismic analysis and loading, basically where you're piggybacking your old and new landfill together. With that next phase, it's gonna be 6.7 acres, 659,450 cubic yards. So with that volume, that'll last about 6.5 years.
That's about, you get about a year per acre.
Yes,
Per
that's
acre,
right.
per 1 acre per year, roughly, give or take.
Yep.
When is that thing gonna be, when you gonna need some money for all that?
Okay, so our short-term schedule with that, so basically get finished up our permitting, hopefully in January, get our final quantities of basically stone, liners, pipes, get all that stuff lined out, and hopefully get bonding in the next couple of months. We'll start construction this spring and summer. Any questions on expansion?
Anybody else got questions on part? The other part I've got on here, John, is just basically like all these departments, it's, anything you got out there that, first of all, what we're gonna need in our next budget. So we can address our fee schedules, everything, make sure, because this equipment's about double in the last 2-3 years. And you gotta think about at least 10, 12 years out of that equipment, so.
And it also takes a long time to get what you do order. So basically, the Howlet that we ordered by about a year from now, it's supposed to be in March.
What do we basically charge now? If I took a load out there with the trailer, what's it cost me, $7?
Okay, so pickup truck load is around $7. It was really full at 14. For a trailer, it's like $8 a cubic yard, so maybe it's $16. It's pretty cheap price.
How are we in comparison to other landfills?
We're cheap.
And each household's still getting 2 passes?
Yes, 2 passes a year. And they should be coming out, you should be getting those in your electric bill too, so keep an eye out for those.
Well, I'm with the judge on that, you know, it's $700,000 compactor we had to buy. Wow. You know, it's not getting any cheaper, and then we gotta wait a year to get it, you know, so.
Well, I wanna make sure that we don't get into shortfall. I'm not proposing anything about raising anything today, but I wanna make sure everybody's aware of it and, with its equipment cost. But I'm asking every department to give me a long-term update on your conditions of your equipment, what you're gonna need and what you have that we can get rid of. 'Cause my mentality is I don't like a bunch of junk sitting around. I wanna get rid of it. Take it over to obsolete code.
That's what we just surplus, I guess, a couple months ago. We had 2 1994 Volvo dump trucks and OP 99 pickup truck that a lot of stuff is rusted out, doesn't run. So we try to be cleaning
Right.
up.
Any other questions for him, anybody from the court? Brad Spalding, County Engineer Report. You want to start, then I can ask you some questions, Brad.
Okay. So one of the things I submitted to you guys was some of the existing court was the CDL training issue for the public in the new members court, if you don't remember. They got to go to class now. It's just part of it. They changed the rules. So to go to that class is about $4,000. Well, so I got you guys to approve a agreement. I pay for it. I'll make you work 2 years for it. So you kind of work that off, you know, as you go along. Well, there's a gentleman that wants to come from Washington County, from their road department. They actually did the same thing. So what I'm proposing to you guys is hiring this gentleman in. He still owes $3,334 to Washington County Fiscal Court. It's the same thing I would have done, and it's fair. So what I'm asking is, have him, if you guys would approve, sign an agreement with us, and he'll sign it, and this gentleman will sign it. We're advancing that money, and for 2 years, he's got to stay with us. And every month, just divide by 24. It's that much taken off the bill. You understand, Keith?
Worst case scenario, we quit.
He owes me money. You got to take him to court if you don't pay. Or to be done with justice.
I'll leave it there.
So today I'm asking you for permission to go into a contract. Raymond does this a lot. Ours are way smaller than that. But let's do this right. Let's do this right. I want permission for you guys to do that.
And so we're just advancing it to him. He's gonna come be under contract just like any other employee would be.
I'm sorry.
He would be under contract just like one that we had went through the class.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're paying the money to Washington County. He's not getting the money.
No, we pay him directly.
Pay him, how do you know they're getting it?
Not our business.
Separate contract to Washington County, that's his own regulation.
So if he don't pay it, they gonna come after him.
Paying him instead of you.
Yeah, if you're in Washington County Jail instead of Justice.
I don't like that too much.
We've paid directly to the fiscal court. We bought a contract and we paid it directly to the fiscal court. We didn't pay the individual.
His contract says he has to pay it. I've got to get a copy of this.
Well, I know, but can't you make the check out to him and the court?
That's totally up to you guys.
It's up to you guys.
It's not really a legal issue so much.
Well, I don't like it that way. I think they'll be able to get their money. I don't want them to be out of their money just because, and I don't know this guy from Adam, but.
Well, why don't you suggest that to me, Brett?
Yeah, that's fine.
And say, hey, the court had a little bit of a problem with your buyout. They want to make sure, we go like an insurance check with that. You know, you make it to both. You make it to the loaner of the bank and the person that.
I'm sure he'd be happy.
So we're buying his contract from Washington County so that he can come work for us.
Basically.
If we state it that way, I don't even know if his name has to be on it. But anyway, if you work that out with,
You want his name on it.
I think so.
Yeah, it'd be legal.
Yes.
you work it out with them and then Chip, all right.
All right, I'll make a motion to let you do that. Start the
You
project.
don't need a motion, do you?
I don't know.
You give them authority to negotiate.
Yeah, you need a motion to do that?
Yes.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
I so make that motion to get Brad to do the negotiation.
Second.
Motion, Keith, second, Lewis. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Jeanette, you get all that?
We're still
Brad, you
one,
got that? You gonna get with them, work it out? Okay.
we're still one foreman short at the road department. I'll be putting it back in the paper again. If you guys know anyone that would be interested in coming to work for the road department as a road foreman. You know, we have two. One over each crew. One crew's kind of the pipe crew. One crew kind of does paving, another shouldering like Chris was talking about. So we're still looking. I'll put it in the paper again. It's hard to find folks right now. I mean, I'm not done with the department. That's really it, Tim. I'll let you ask whatever you want to ask.
All right, the next one is personnel changes and organizational chart. And I've talked to, I don't know, I probably talked to y'all some about it. I've talked so much, I forgot what I talked about. But I have talked to Brad about this and some previous court members. But what I'm suggesting, I guess I don't even know if I wouldn't have to have a motion to do it. I'm just telling you what I'd like to do. And anybody, I want to be transparent on it, but I'd like for all of our maintenance guys, Keith Willett, Todd Willett, Richard Torres, and also the recreational Derek Hagan and Russell Fulkerson. And I don't know what technically Russell's never has officially been under the road department, has he? Technically? I'd like to have those 5 positions of checking in and out of the road department. Some of them, I think, responded or directly to the judge, and I don't really like that. I want to have checks and balances. And then Brad would have to be the authority and set the work schedule, check the man of what's going on. And I don't think I have to have a motion to do that. I just want anybody got a problem with that?
Brad might have.
All right, Brad, you got that?
Brad's gonna ask for more money later though.
I probably, in all honesty, when Nikki came in,
A lot of that's been doing it anyway. I'm not to criticize anybody. And I did ask Justin about Todd, and then just let you know the AOC pays $6 a square foot for the big courthouse for the maintenance and cleaning and all that. But we can utilize that person, which would be Richie Torres. They gotta have a designated person when that judge calls, which would be Richie. And I guess at the jail, Todd will be on call, first response. But then you got backups, because Keith's had some medical problems. Derek has already been helping us out on some of this snow removal, and Russell at the same time. And Russell fills in a lot anyway. Yeah, I just want a better chain of command of what's going on. So, anybody got a problem with that? In CETA, let's see, is Kim Houston here?
Ma'am.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, Judge, how are you?
Yeah, we met, I deal with the IDC and so on, and she can explain, I need to do that. The industrial park out there by Flyers Food, there's, when I met with them, and they had gotten a bid to clear some trees here a while back, and I guess Kim was kind of pushing, and everybody wanted to make the move to do it. I said, well, why don't y'all go ahead and just do it? They'll pay for the $90,000, that's what the bid was, $88,000. Clear it all where she can market it and sell it, and it won't cost us any money, and then when we deed it, she'll give us the extra $2 back, $2,000 per acre.
We'll have to give it to her.
Yeah, we need to transfer it, yeah, we'll have to transfer it to her. Go ahead, Kim, talk about it.
Well, the reason we're doing that, you know, unprecedented growth here has caused us to sell our land out. And most of the good land is gone out there. So we have one lot that Flower Foods gave up on an option, and it's a 24-acre lot. And it's a good lot, but you can't see it because of the trees. So we want to go ahead and clear it. Brad got a bid for us to do it, just under $100,000. And then we'll go ahead and do it. We have a time frame, as you all know, for clearing trees. We'll get that done, and then when you all sell it and you get the money for it, you'll just reimburse us back for that. So we'll go ahead and pay for that now and take care of all of that. If you all will approve that, I'd like to go ahead and Brad and I get started on that.
And one reason why you gotta get it done before March, because of the brown bats. You can't take the trees out, and you got this, you know, this policy federal, I guess it's federal, I don't know if it's federal or not, but anyway, you can get the fines pretty strong on that.
So I'm assuming the bats left the area for the winter and will be coming back.
Be coming back.
That's what makes sense.
I don't know bats.
I think that's
That
what's
sounds
happening.
But anyway, that's the reason why we want to get this done, so I need a motion from the court that allows BIDC to actually oversee this project with the intention of us reimbursing them when the land is sold.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Wheatley. Second by Leary, and more discussion.
One question, you're gonna come to us before you price the ground, correct?
We already, oh yeah, before we price it down, absolutely.
Okay.
We always do. You know, when we have a client come in, we have to come to you all to see when we suggest what to pay for. And the price is going up. Fine.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll go up enough to pay for clearing the trees.
All right, no more discussion. And, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Kim, industrial park update, how many lots, how many different tracks, I guess you'd say, that you have available to sell?
We have probably about 4 lots available to sell. However, of those lots, very few of them are actually usable lots. A lot of them are, as Brad knows too, he's walked every one of them with us. They're just not great lots to be able to put a big building on. We may be able to put some smaller types of construction on, and that's what we're looking at. We have a KU line going through one of them. We've got one that drops off pretty good. And then we have a very small one right when you come in the industrial park. It's the size of a triangle. It's really odd. It's about 6 acres. But we do have one company looking to buy a tract. I think that'll happen in 2023. I'm excited about that. And then this lot we're gonna clear. So that's what we will have, and that's what we'll have available. You all do own the industrial parks. Judge Hutchins and Magistrate Lear are both on my board, so they represent you all on there and help us make these decisions.
Second thing, or third thing on C, do industrial park expansion. Can you just give us a little bit of update that they've been talking about?
Yes, sir. Brad and I sat with Jaya Johnson, Nikki Rapier, and several other representatives of the city and came up with an industrial park study of future industrial parks in Nelson County. Unfortunately, the top 3 of those are not available. We made an offer most recently on a tract of land that was our first choice. We got turned down on that because the price is just way too high. So it looks like we're going to go back again, start looking again, start turning over some more rocks and look for some new industrial land. We're almost out of industrial land. I have honestly turned down companies because we have not had industrial land. With what's happening in E-Town, we know we're going to get those suppliers. We've got to find some land and try to find it quickly.
But to be clear, it wasn't that it wasn't for sale, it was just that we didn't want to pay what they wanted for it.
Correct, correct.
Well, I've been in a little bit of those discussions, but it's just an ongoing thing. Then we got to decide that we get the utilities and stuff, and being able to build it, and get some money from the state and all that. It's expensive. I just want to have a little bit of discussion about it. So then you had a company that left or closed up here, and what about some general discussion on some jobs without getting into a lot of weeds?
Now, I'll be very, very brief, because I know you've got a long agenda today. But, you know, it's been slow. Some of the manufacturing has been slow during the fourth quarter, and thus the job and company count has not had too many problems. However, they're all going to start ramping up again, and they're going to start looking for employees again. And it's going to be an issue. We are at 3.4% unemployment, which is pretty much the same as all of our neighbors around here. It's the same problem you hear not only in Nelson County, but in Kentucky and in the U.S. And it's just until things change and people decide to get back to work, we're going to have that particular issue. And, you know, we'll keep doing what we do, work with the companies. We have a consortium that works with all the HR managers, and we'll move forward with that. And I will leave with Rhonda a paper that I want you all to have, and it's the diversity of our companies here. I'm not going to get into it, but, you know, people say we have too many distilleries, we have too many automotive or whatever. This shows almost a perfect pie graph of the diversity of companies we have here, from construction to packaging to logistics to machine shop and others. And I think we're very diverse. We wanted to be diverse just in case something happens in the economy. And one of the particular industries has a fall. We've had that happen in 2008. So I think we're very pleased that we've been very diverse. Our last big company was Takigawa, which is packaging, totally different as well too. So we're working hard to keep that diversity of companies. And I'm downstairs. When you all come in before a meeting or leave after a meeting, please stop in my office. If you have any further questions, I'll go into more detail with you all then.
Anybody any questions for Kim? Kim anymore? We'll be updating regularly, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning and zoning, they usually don't have a report here, I don't think, discussion with Jan Johnston. I've met with Jan a couple of times, and then we've talked quite often. I've asked her, some of her staff, and she's had, I think, a little bit of trouble with them. Some of them are way underpaid, and 21 and 22 kind of goes together, so I'll probably just go ahead and bring it up. Throughout my campaign, I talked about a grant writer, and I'll use this building as an example. There was $100 million in the Historic Preservation Fund that Jan found. December 20th was the deadline. Of course, I wasn't here, and me and Nikki and I talked about it, but we couldn't get it done. So you got to have plans ready to go when you do these grants. I'll let her talk about her past history a little bit. There's a whole lot of opportunities, and since then, I've met with Mitch McConnell's staffing and Rand Paul's staffing, and of course, you got some through the state, and Brett Guthrie's. There's a ton of money out there that's available, but you know, everybody's trying to get it. So my belief is, you know, if you get one grant, it's going to more than pay for the salary if it's something. I think he spent anywhere from $700,000 $800,000 in this building at one time, the last few years. and didn't get any grants. As far as I know, didn't apply for any grants, just to let you have an example. And I'm gonna get into that a little bit later about what we need to do with this building, but Jan, at the planning and zoning, if we could bring on an assistant director that would be trained, because she'd tell you about her life long, how much long she's gonna stay there, be there, whatever, and utilize her, take some pressure off her, where she can do the grant writing, because she's got a background, and her and I talked about it, you don't need a full-time person, somebody can do a lot of it. So Jan, you wanna give us, just talk about all this combined, I guess?
So, the planning commission essentially has the same staff as we started with in 1974. And, you know, some of that's been on purpose to be fiscally responsible, and we can handle a lot of the work. My staff, I've got a fantastic staff, and we push a lot of paperwork, just the staff that I have. We currently have 3 full-time staff, myself, administrative assistant, and full-time clerk. And then we have a part-time clerk that fills in when the full-time clerk is out, and we have a part-time inspector. And so we traditionally try to find retirees to fill in some of those so that we're not having to necessarily pay for retirement insurance, and that works out really well if we can find those individuals. So when COVID hit, Cindy Powell, so a lot of you all know Cindy, also retired, and I just never filled that position. So we're still working on 3 full-time staff. I do a lot of day-to-day administration, anywhere from helping to answer the phones, to reviewing plats, to doing permits, and things that really I need assistance with. So it doesn't provide a whole lot of time to do anything else besides that. I'm still trying to work on the comp plan. I was sitting in Carol's office reviewing the comp plan draft now. So there's just a lot of things that get put on the back burner, reviewing the regulations, updating the comp plan, just because I don't have time during the day. So that's a position, the assistant director's position, or just a planner's position. That would be what we would need to bring in and start training them up on what I do, and having, that would relieve me from having to do some of the day-to-day administration and work on regulation changes or comp plan, or grant writing. So when we talk about the grant writing, I worked at the Area Development District for 5 years. And that's what I did at the Area Development District for 5 years. I wrote the grant for this building, I wrote the grant for Wickland, I've done CDBG grants. So I've got the background in grant writing. I do want to say you need to lean on the Area Development District quite a bit. That's what they do. Their services are there, and you all pay them already to do those type of things, and they can write grants and administer those grants from their office and not involve any funding from the county as far as pay. So I could help direct those with the assistance of other, if I had time. That's going to be the key. The other thing is, given our recent issue with the office, I have no space for any additional staff. So we are at capacity. With that additional staff person, would also be able to scan in our records. We have 50 years of land use records that are a permanent record. I got 2 grants from the Department of Library and Archives. One was a $30,000 grant about 10 years ago to develop a software program for our office to allow us to scan in all our documents. And then I had a $10,000 employee salary grant to hire somebody, and we hired 2 people to start scanning those in. But 50 years worth of land use documents, that's a lot of time that it takes resources to be able to scan those documents in. We're currently scanning in everything that we do now. It's just everything we have back to 1974 hasn't been scanned in. And so that's why Brad's department had to move 36, almost 50 filing cabinets that are full, just because those documents have not been scanned in. So yeah, the grant writing position, I could assist with that, and our office could assist with that, but we do have to have another employee, and we're going to have space. So our current space is nice, but it's still too small. There's also some discussions with the city on moving some individuals over to our office as well, so that's a discussion I think the judge has had with the mayor, but again, it goes back to staffing and space allocation. So.
Well, I think that this having been a discussion with the court, individually, we just been talking there, but I don't think anybody's opposed to having a grant writer that's gonna bring a lot of money into, possibly a lot of money in the county. And I wanna make sure that whoever it is, and I wanna use Jan because she's got the knowledge, and I want her to be able to go ahead with her new budget or plan on bringing in her another assistant director to take some pressure off her where she can do that. And then stay in communication with the ad, and you gotta follow up with these things. Y'all don't know a lot more about it than I do. John knows some about it, but you gotta stay on it and on it and on it and on it, so. I guess I'm not asking for a motion, but has anybody got any issues or discussion about that?
Do we have an anticipated cost?
And let me explain, and Ron brought this up, so we are a joint agency. We have an interlocal agreement with the county and the 4 cities. Our personnel costs are funded through the local government contributions by the county and the city. Those contributions are based on the recent census, so we're operating now under the 2020 census, and the county pays 67% of the personnel in rent. And we do pay rent to the county, so we aren't currently paying rent, but we have paid rent for the space here, so that runs about $11,000 a year. So last year, the local government contributions accounted for 78% of the personnel and rent expenses. So that's what you would, next year it'll be about the same. We try to maintain with the 7% cost of living adjustment. We had to pass on that cost, so there was a 10% increase in local government contributions. So the county pays 67%, and the city comes in at about, City of Bardstown pays about 26% of those personnel and rent costs. So to hire a qualified assistant director or a planner, if they would just have the title of planner, you're looking at a $100,000 investment by the time we pay someone $55,000, $60,000, and then insurance and retirement. So that would be an additional cost to not just the county, but also would be passed on to the cities too.
I've talked to the mayors of all the cities, except for, I haven't talked to Fairfield or Bloomfield directly about that subject, I forgot about it, but the Bardstown area is 100% in favor of this, because the first question is, are we gonna get any grants? So, but we've got somebody out there that's seeking and seeing all this stuff, whoever it is, because they gotta provide you with the information. Just for example, I met with Tim Bartley, he's LaRue County Water Director. New Haven, LaRue County took over New Haven's water, and they've got a lot of lines that's outdated, undersized, old lines. They need some pressure pumps and on and on. So I got a stack of information from him, just as an example, that's ready to go, engineered to start seeking that, which would help New Haven and that south end of the county. And the mayor of Bardstown is, and New Haven both are big on this, and I'm big on it. And as we go forward, there's a whole lot of things that how much we can get, I don't know, but I know there's a lot of money out there. And there's a lot of projects that we have to do.
The key will be trying to strategize is to exactly identify those projects that you're operating on, and then figuring out at what point, what time frame, and then trying to work with the deadlines for the grants, because they obviously only come up once a year. So if it's a recreation project, you've got to have plans together and be able to work within their time frame. So the key is trying to come up with a plan. Fiscal Court will need to come up with a plan and identify all the projects that they're wanting to look at, and then start working to identify grants that go with those projects.
And the other thing is, I'm going to suggest to you is start planning on updating the fee schedule. What we need to be have to be self-sufficient, or as close as we can get. I don't think it's right to the taxpayers that's using that office, or the regular public. That's anybody's using that office, it's got to be paid for by a lot of tax reimbursing their money out of the tax department, because the fees are not adequate enough to take care of that office. So if you don't mind, you can look into that and see where we can continue to go. I know you had a fee schedule at one time that's based on the inflation, but it's not maintaining it.
It's the cost of living increase, so whatever the employees get, cost of living increase based on Department of Local Government, we also increase fees every year, but when you're only increasing the fees by 1%, you're really not making much of a move every year.
Right.
So it's not keeping up with the personnel costs. The personnel costs, our budget, personnel costs are currently, 290,000 of our $368,000 budget. We do have to maintain our own legal counsel, auditor, and financial person. So we have those additional costs that another typical county agency or city agency wouldn't have. But right now, fees are only covering about 22%. 78% is local government. And when we redid, I know when you were on the court before, we increased the fees substantially, and we were trying to get at least to 50% local government general fund money, 50% fees. And obviously, when I started 20 years ago, we were doing almost 500 house permits a year. My staff told me this morning that we're only at 200, but we've done 225 last year. So we went from 500 to 225. We were making a move. Last year was 200. The year before was 259 new households. Now we're down to 225. So we can increase fees. Obviously, it's going to be dependent on permits and applications that come in. So it might not be the issue that we've got economically now. Even if we increase fees, we might not see a big change. But
if you look at that,
it's been years since we've done that.
right, I'd like to get you to look at that. And the second thing is, I'm gonna get a committee together, and I'm not gonna do it today, to start getting with her and set up a committee to address any of these ordinances that we can simplify or eliminate, local policies. Some of it's mandated by the state. I'm gonna do that at a later date, just to let y'all know that.
Judge, we do have a regulations review committee that's already established if you wanted to use that. It includes 2 city council members, 2 magistrates, and the mayors from the smaller cities, and then 4 planning commissioners.
All right, I'll get with you on that.
Yeah.
And then on the grant writing, I'll be with you on that later too. Anything else you want to talk about? Anybody have any questions? All right, let's go to code enforcement with Mr. Spalding. Logan, I know that office has been really busy, and they do a lot of commercial and industrial, and they've got I don't know exactly how many staffing people you got, but they actually have been really busy in the last few years because of a lot of the warehouses and so on. So, Logan, you want to give us an update on anything?
Yes, we're glad to. Our staff is currently 3 of us, basically. We have one kind of a backup person who's also an LLF manager or assistant director, whatever we call them, LLF. Myself, I have an electrical inspector, and we have an office manager / clerk. Currently, we're within our operating budget. Everything's doing fine. I would like to hire another individual to take my place in the future. I'm getting a little age on me. I don't know how much longer I'll be here, but we have health concerns and things that figure into that. So you'd probably be looking at about 55 to 60 to find someone qualified as a level 3, like myself, that could continue your program currently the way it's going. Because we do have contracts with the state of Kentucky that allows us to pick up additional land review and inspections for the larger industrial facilities that come to the county. Would like to have you consider a little more office space maybe somehow.
I hear that a lot about everybody.
Yeah, that and the roof leak, but
yeah, that roof leak, that's pretty common.
We don't have much roof leaking, okay, so we're okay there.
Well, you're the inspector, you're gonna be able to fix that.
I'm a lousy roofer, Judge. I guess the biggest thing is I'd just like to hear your questions or concerns. I do plan to put together a packet for each of the new magistrates and existing magistrates, showing you some of the KRSs and some of the outlines of how we function as a building inspection and permitting department. There's a lot that goes into it. People see us riding around a lot. Yeah, we do ride around a lot, but we're also doing a lot of inspections. And I can get you those figures and numbers if you request, if you'd like to have them. So that's basically it for me. A little more space and possibly another employee to someday take my place.
Well, the one thing I got on there is also, like I did with Jan, I want to try to get a committee to go through all our ordinances and policies and regulations and see if we can simplify as much. I know there's some in there that I'd like to get rid of. On some smaller items, I don't think we need a permit for everything, but we'll get a committee together sooner than later to start addressing that, if that's all right with you.
Fair with me, Judge. We're here to help.
Anybody got any questions? EMA report, EMS, Joey Pruitt. We're not gonna get into a lot of this yet because he hadn't had time. I asked him to come up with new policies and procedures, staffing, and the lift assist. He can talk about that a little bit, but you heard him say. Non-emergency runs, we're spending about, how much, Joey, we appropriate you, 1.2 million a year roughly?
1.3.
1.3 million out of tax dollars again going to his office, so we're going to try any way, shape, or form to come up with some policy things to get that back. I mean, it's just, I'm not blaming him, but the way the laws and statutes or policies are, we're doing a lot of non-emergency runs, a lot of lift assist, and not getting any revenue out of it. And my opinion is that the ambulances are there to save lives and not just to be a convenient service to everybody. So, the taxpayers are subsidizing that thing heavily. So, Joey, you want to talk about this briefly?
Well, let me back up, Judge, if you don't mind. Let's talk about emergency management for a minute. I'd like to just give you all a little overview of emergency management. Each county by KRS Chapter 49 has to have an emergency management program. That's followed me for the past few years. And basically, we have to, like my church says, we have to prepare the county, respond to incidents, and then help the county recover. That's kind of the whole gist of it through the state. As part of being in that, we qualify for a 50-50 matching grant fund that fluctuates year to year. Out of those dollars, we get $25,000 to help out with expenses for that department, which doesn't go far. Ron and I decided a few years ago that instead of breaking everything down into telephone calls, fuel costs, supply costs, you have to go through a lot of red tape for the state to get that reimbursed. We're just using part of my salary and part of the one of the deputy's salary as that reimbursement. It's much easier to do. We turn in timesheets, so we get our $25,000 back through the year based on what is spent in those salaries. Now we have a third deputy, Joey Spalding, that also helps out, and that allows us to cover each other. I'm out of town, or one of them are in town, and they respond to anything that we need. Like this morning, we've had several flash flood warnings. We've got one current now to 245, another batch of storms coming through. So I'm out and about. I opened up the Civic Center for anyone that's displaced. Those are the type of things we do during an incident. And then we help prepare, work with fire departments on other things as we go along. So that's kind of the gist of emergency management. It is a requirement. Judge Hutchins will have to give us a note sometime in the next couple of weeks as a part of that requirement, and we operate directly under him. If we don't have an emergency management director or deputy director, then that falls on the judge to take care of that himself for the county. So that's kind of an overview of emergency management. Into the EMS side, Judge Hutchins and I have been talking several times on the lift assist that has really mushroomed out of control over the past probably 5 to 7 years. Started out, I don't know how it started out, how it became our mission to do lift assist and home health. But at some point, someone called because they were down in the floor and couldn't get up and really weren't injured, and so could y'all come out and help us? And sure, yeah, we can come out and help. And then that person told another person, told another person, told another person. So today we are the first line home health and lifting service for the county. To the tune, some interesting numbers. We have one patient that has called for our services over the past two and a half years, and owes us $9,000 and has not paid a penny toward that service. We charge $225 as a deterrent, and the court approved that a few years ago because we were getting slammed with these type of calls. And understand, when the ambulance is committed to that call and that emergency call comes in, something has to give. We can't do both. So we have one,
Last month you had 5 ambulances out.
last month.
Just give you an example. Go ahead.
We have a second patient, we think the $9,000 is bad. We have a second patient that has called for our service for lift assist to the tune of $17,020 without offering up any type of reimbursement for that. Insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid does not pay for that type of service. So that's strictly out of pocket, and it seems high to be $225, but as you see, we're not going to get paid for it. The court thought it was a deterrent to help you tell somebody it's going to cost $225, they'll figure something
That's 70 times. You've made that call 70 times.
In the past, this is a 3.5 year. And sometimes twice a day for the same individual.
Have you turned that bill over to the county attorney?
We turn our bills to the collection agency that we have. As of right now, the collection agency has $16,400 on their books that they're trying to collect that we've written off our books. And we have $14,400 on our books that are less than 120 days old. So we're still doing those.
All right, you might be able to answer the question I asked Justin earlier on the collection agency. What percentage do they charge?
Our collection agency gets 30% if they collect it within a certain amount of time. They go up to 50% if it goes over like a year or so, then they collect it. But that's our last resort.
You can't put any kind of lien, like a mechanic's lien on a, well, what about any kind of lien on the property?
Our collection agency is the same one that the hospital uses, so they can have a little better deal on finding people. A lot of folks, they give you wrong addresses, whatever, and not on the lift assist, but on other calls that you make, you get the wrong information and another way to track it down. So, but we have always been, the county has been very generous in folks that are get an ambulance bill because their insurance or it's a copay. If they'll pay $5 a month, we keep them on the books, and that's great. They're trying to do it, but a lot of these are repeat callers, frequent callers, and they know they don't have to pay. And the best that's going to happen is it goes collection and it goes down to their credit report until they go try to buy something, no harm, no foul. So that's kind of the deal on the lift assist.
One question on those. Do you find that is more along the lines of the home health providers that are making those calls, or the individuals that?
No, most of it's individuals or the family that's sitting right beside the individual that wants us to get them up because they don't want to hurt their back, but it's okay for us to hurt our backs to do that. And a lot of it's a bariatric community. They have a lot of times get off the fall of the bathtub, we got to get them out of the bathtub, whatever. But they're not injured, they just need help. And that's not our mission.
Right.
So we have to, we're working on a protocol that I want to bring back to the court. And it will ultimately go to our dispatch director that will ask certain questions. And if you answer those questions appropriately, then the dispatcher will tell you that that's not an ambulance type call. And of course, that'll work for a while until you figure out.
And figure out how to answer the question.
Yeah, we're gonna, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, the other issue that we're having, and I know everybody's talking about staff, but we are down 4 full-time staff, 2 medics and 2 EMTs. That's 2 trucks a week. So while we are mandated to have on 4 trucks a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 2 days a week, we have 3 trucks on it because I don't have the staff either full-time or part-time to fill those trucks. And when 3 trucks are on duty and they've done 28, 29 calls a day and 7 of those are transferred out of the hospital or 8 transferred out of the hospital, that crew has no downtime. What that does for morale and burnout for me is, I don't want to do this job anymore. So then I lose more folks. So we're looking at different things. We are looking at all our surrounding counties, some of the fire departments that are in the EMS business, and compiling data to bring back to the court, to the judge, to review, to see how we stack up as far as pay, benefits, downtime, whatever it is that we need to do to help retain, but not only retain the folks I have, but to
to get folks to apply. I have one application today on file for a part-time paramedic position. And we have advertised on the social medias, you know the drill, we're like everybody else. But if we can curb some of these lift assist, another issue we're dealing with is transfers to residents from the hospital. We met with their staff, some of their administrative staff 2 weeks ago, and we're also talking to other counties about how they get these transfers home because, again, like lift assist, insurance won't reimburse for that. Medicare won't reimburse for that. Medicaid won't reimburse for that.
To clarify that, Joey, real quick, I forget, one of the masters asked me, because I said, the hospital called me like a patient, it might have been you, I don't know who it was, but anyway, he said, oh, no, that's going from hospital to hospital. I said, no, it's going, if you got somebody in the hospital, I've always picked them up to the home. Now they expect him to do it. So it's
and I think it's just kind of evolved over the years. Nothing against the hospital, they're doing what they think is best for their patients. So if we brought patient John Doe in yesterday for something, they were admitted, but they're discharged at 1 o'clock tonight, which is kind of strange, but that happens. Then they call for the ambulance to come back and take that person home, even though that person can walk and they ambulate on themselves. But because we brought them in, they just, I live in Mount Washington, just let the ambulance go get mom and take her back home. Well, that's fine, we can do that. But the family has to fill out proper paperwork to agree that they know they're going to get a $900,000 bill that they're going to have to pay because they didn't want to come from Mount Washington to bring it home. Otherwise, if we don't have the proper paperwork filled out, CMS, Medicare, federal says you won't bill that patient. You didn't advise them of their rights in writing, and they didn't sign off that they understood their rights. The nurse staff don't understand that, and it becomes kind of a angry situation between my staff and their staff. So if we can make those things happen during the day, during office hours, we can suggest, our office folks can suggest to the hospital folks, have the family call us and we'll work it out with them. Don't put that on yourself to try to work that out for that family because you don't have an understanding of the process that has to be done. So those are things we're working on.
Well, Joey, the lift assist and transferring from hospitals is both getting more and more, correct?
Yes.
And so the transfers from hospital to hospital is about like the lift assist.
Hospital is different.
Hospital to home. A hospital to another medical facility in most cases is reimbursable by your insurance, Medicare, Medicaid.
Well, you told me that Bardstown just joined with Lexington, St. Joe.
St. Joe is the
now they're
mothership
pushing you
of
to
Flagship.
take them to
Several
Lexington
of our transfers now go to Lexington to St. Joe.
So that's an extra 30 miles for you.
And it's about a 4-hour out-of-pocket for that crew, that truck, if they can get in and out of the hospital. If you look on the news at any given time, you see ambulances backed out of the ER because they can't get through the triage to get their patients in. That's all delaying our next run or our emergency call here. Now, if I've got 3 trucks on, think about that. One may be in Louisville on a transfer, one may be gone to UK, or 2 may be in Louisville, and I've got 3 or 4 transfers stacked up waiting. And I've got 1 truck covering the whole rest of the county. So that's the kind of things we deal with that give me a lot of gray hair, give me a lot of heartburn daily. I have to say, and one of my shift leaders is right here, and I have a fine group of shift leaders, 7 guys that handle the day-to-day operation. They don't make enough money to do what they're doing. They're getting these calls at 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and getting dragged out from somebody that didn't go do the lift assist or didn't, whatever. That's the drill I deal with and they deal with, and they do a yeoman's job at it, and I pat them on the back every day. Because, why put up with this kind of stuff? It's the bottom line, that's just abuse of the service. It's evolved over the years. I started in '76. We were appreciated. We come out and we took care of your sick loved ones. Today, it's expected. That's just the bottom line. You're expected to do this. There's not very much respect for the folks that are providing the job. I say that for law enforcement or fire service, and therefore fewer and fewer people are getting into it. And I don't know what the general public's going to do when the fewer and fewer people of us that have been dedicated to it go away.
Well, Joey, is there any way you can mandate that as soon as you want me to transport you from here to there, you pay me? I'll transport you where I want to transport you.
Keith, we are the only business that I can think of in many years that provide a service before payment. Everything for the EMS is paid after the fact. Well, guess what? You know what? I really didn't need that trip from Class A to Jewish. I'm not paying this $1,200 ambulance bill. And that's the way of the world, you know, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
We have no ability for a staff on.
Can you change that? Can you?
No, I wouldn't want to. I would not want the folks that are trying to provide you care to tell you, you need to get me a check before I provide you care.
Yeah, but the same thing, if you're taking a patient just on a ride from Barstown to Lexington, and I have a stroke right here, and you don't have an ambulance to take care of it.
But you're putting your medics and your EMTs in the position of bill collectors. And that's not their mission. Their mission is to provide you care.
They're gonna wanna pay with cards. You can't take card. It's a complicated.
I don't know what the answer is, and I don't know legally what we can do. I know Chip's gonna have a plate full, trying to figure out how these things out.
So we're gonna work it out and try to make it better, because this 1.4 million has got to come down. So the policy and procedure, staffing limits, all this stuff we're talking about here, we're working on it, let everybody know that's mainly, and then I actually talked to Eva, and also we're trying to come up with some incentive packages, and I'm gonna get her on the committee at some point, some other ones, to make sure that we put out some better products or incentives to keep these employees that want to come to work and get more applications than one like he's got, because again, it's not all about money. I know some of it is, but it's not all about money. So go ahead, Joe.
Well, I'll just tell you, we ended the year 12/31 with 8,075 calls responded to. That's about 400 or 500 over last year. And in that 8,075 is a bunch of lift assist, those type of calls. So this is beating down our guys. You know, I got EMTs start out $16.78 an hour, advanced EMT at $19.19, and a medic that spent 2.5 years in school to become a medic starts out with us $21.60. Now, what Judge talked about, you know, our pay starting out is not bad comparatively, but what he was been working on is all the other things that these other services provide, other counties provide, to incentivize their employees to stay with them and to come on board with them. And I think that's where we're at. You know, we looked at maybe, you know, so much a year for each year of experience you can bring to us. If you're a seasoned medic coming to us with 5 years experience, that's how less training I have to worry about. You're ready to go. So you should have something there that allows us to incentivize that. So, you know, we're working on the policy procedure, we're working on the lift assist issue, and we're gonna come back with probably the next meeting with at least something for you guys to look at it to address that lift assist issue. You wanna go into central dispatch?
Yeah, since you've got the dispatch man here, we're going to do that at the same time.
All right, so this is Sean Gaither, our dispatch director. A little history on dispatch for the ones that haven't been involved. Dispatch goes back to 2007 at the inception of a 911 central dispatch center. At that point in time, it was 2 different centers. The city did law enforcement, Marshtown Fire. EMS did the rest of the fire departments and EMS. So we felt like, you know, a lot of money was being spent both places. There wasn't really good an internal working relationship. The then Judge Watts and Mayor Dixie Hughes, maybe.
Dixie, and then me and Bobby Simpson.
Yeah, worked together on coming up with an ordinance that would have one dispatch center, share the cost between the city and county. And at that time, we were charging, we were getting funds from everyone's landline phone, landline fee. It was $2 a month on your landline phone, and that money came to help offset cost of dispatch. Then came along cell phones, and we started getting cell phone money. Less money was coming from landlines because everybody's going cell phone. So judge, mayor, and the committee got together, and we're going to move that $2 off the landline fee over to the occupied dwelling property tax fee. So $24 a year is added on to any property tax on an occupied dwelling. So that has gone along over the years and hasn't really kept up pace. It's been that way since 2007, and it's still $24 today. It brings in about a little over $520,000 a year toward our $1.2 million budget. Our cell phone proceeds bring in a little over another $300,000 a year. Then the county puts in $195,000 in tax money. The city puts in around a little less than $125,000. So my way of thinking, and I've talked to Judge about it, can I lay a little of that out there, or do you want me to hold that?
Go ahead.
My way of thinking from day one, there should have been some mechanism for that fee to increase annually to help keep up with the cost of living. If we know at $24 a year, we're bringing in over $520,000. If we doubled that, that'd be $1 million right there of our operating budget. So the cell phone fees would immediately make up the difference. And I'm not by any means saying that we should double it, but I think we need to look at a significant increase in that fee to give us a substantial operating budget with our cell phone monies and any other smaller amounts that we bring in that would allow that $190,000 and $120,000 from the city to go away, stay in the tax column. If you're using the service, then you should be the one paying for the service. And everyone, if you looked at the log, I'm sure Sean can tell you from this morning, of the multitude of calls that the 3 dispatchers handled just over the flooding, let alone the regular business they're handling every day, that they are not only a 911 answering point, but they're an information point. You know, if you don't know where something is, if you're traveling through here or whatever, who you call a dispatch, local dispatch center, they'll tell you how to get to point A, point B. That dispatcher tied up doing that while real stuff's going on. So that is kind of my thought process. It's not all worked out, but it is a work in progress. And I think we can look at getting that to where it needs to be and be more self-sustaining.
Within your thought process, Joe, also making it a department under fiscal court?
I think that while there's different opinions on that, I'm sure Raymond has a different opinion, but I will put it to you like this. In 14 years, we've had 7 directors. We're currently operated by, or ruled by, a 7-member board. That's part of the interlocal agreement. I have a seat on the board. 4 law enforcement have seats on the board. And the rural fire departments have a seat. 1 person represents the rural fire departments, and the city Bardstown Fire Department has 7 members. While it's okay, and I think that board needs to stay in place in some fashion as an advisory board, I think Sean needs 1 person, 1 boss to go to. He doesn't need me calling him because I've got a problem. Raymond calling because he's got a problem. We've got a chairman. Raymond's a chairman. And he's got it for this year, then it automatically goes to the city police chief for 2 years, just back and forth, you know, like that. So basically, Sean, regardless of how it shakes out, Sean has 7 bosses at any given time. And that advisory board can meet quarterly like we do today to deal with problems of dispatch. But when push comes to shove, the budget is approved by the fiscal court. If there's any differences that need to be made up, the fiscal court addresses those differences. Policies and procedures can still go back to the advisory board as it is today. But my way of thinking, I've seen this, I've been a part of this since 2007, probably the oldest member on the board. And I've seen director come and go. I've seen faults with this one. I've seen good things with that one. I think everything it works the same. It's just Sean has one person to answer to, and it's payroll. You know, we're a quasi-government entity. We pay sales tax. We have to do our own retirement. We pay our own benefits. We have our own health insurance, our own property tax insurance, all duplication of what is already in with Fiscal Court. So, that's my 2 cents. If there's any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them, but I will be bringing you back.
John, you want to say something since we're on dispatch?
So what I would say is that when I listen to the arguments of dispatch going under fiscal court or dispatch going under the sheriff's department, the fear of my people is this. Currently in our situation, I know everybody's talked about this 7% that everybody got last year. Dispatch didn't get that. Dispatch got 5%. We're the only department in this county that got lower than everybody else. We start our employees out at $14.50 an hour. At this point, we are not comparable to nobody except for Washington County, who hardly takes calls. If you compare us to Hardin County, Marion County, where I came from, Oldham County, Jefferson County, they're all paying their employees start out nothing less than $16 to $18 to $20 an hour. Oldham County right now has an ad open to bring on any lateral certified dispatcher at $26 an hour. Oldham County ain't that far away. I've got several staff looking at that option, especially the ones that live close to the bluegrass. So when I look at our budget from last year to this year, you know, we were told to do A, B, and C, give your staff a 7% raise. It was not possible. We got an increase to the dispatch budget of $15,000 from the previous year. That's not gonna give people 7% raise. You know, I'm scheduled to have 12 full-time staff. Right now I have 10 full-time staff. I'm scheduled to have at least 10 part-time staff. I got 3 or 4 that are actually capable of doing the job, but all have full-time jobs, so they can't give the time. So I've got 3 trainees in place right now that are not even close to being released on their own. If we want dispatch to succeed in this county, we've got to provide them with the resources they need to take care of their families, because they're taking care of everybody else's family in this county. Just like the judge said this morning, and Joe said, with emergency runs, we had 7 water rescues going on all throughout the county. 3 dispatchers working. Not to mention the 30 other calls they took in 2 hours to go along with the 6 or 7 water rescues that were going on. They're overwhelmed, they're overworked, and they're getting frustrated. I try not to let them get frustrated because I take that upon myself as their director. That's my job, is to take their frustrations and bring it to the powers that be, bring it to my board that I report to once a quarter, or when I visit Raymond or Joe, because I go to them for a lot of advice. They have guided me through this 2.5 years I've been here into what I feel is a great dispatch center, but we could be better. We make mistakes, we try not to. It's difficult. There's a lot of people we answer to. We're responsible for almost 48,000 people in this county. And if you look at our call volume from this previous year, we took over 46,000 calls. That's almost 1 call per household. Now, some of those are repeat calls, obviously. And then when you add in the calls for service that actually we send someone out to, we sent someone out to at least 31,000 calls this past year.
How many calls?
31,000. You take Washington County, who, you know, not knocking their county, they're just small. They don't even come close to that. The county I come from have 2 dispatchers. They don't take nowhere near. They take average of 12,000 calls per year.
Yeah, population.
And the population is a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Well, and again, I'll go back, sorry to interrupt, Sean. Our dispatch center has become an abused service just like EMS. It's a one-stop call for whatever your need may be, whether it's an emergency or non-emergency situation. If I need to know if so-and-so, if Burger King is open, for God's sakes, I call dispatch because they should know. Now, that's not, I'm not making that up, that's true stuff. While I've got your attention again, I think, Tim, you were here when I was talking to the previous court about our reduction in the cell phone fees. Tim, y'all remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
And how we lost a lot of AT&T customers, or a lot of Bluegrass Soda customers. The interlocal agreement as it stands today, if we don't get that money back, and we've been told we're going to, but we haven't seen it. If we don't get that money back, the interlocal agreement says the dispatch shortfall is divided between the court and the city council, or city council, to make up the shortfall. So that's already there. If we come up 200,000 short, like the way it is right now, 210, that falls back to you guys to split that additional, to keep us solid, to keep that additional funding up.
All right, let's move on. I want to move, the first study, I just want everybody to know what we're looking at all this stuff. And there's a lot of ongoing issues that I found out. And again, we're paying 200, city's paying 1,100, and the tax dollars versus fees, and it's come to that point, so. Every department is pretty much the same little story. So that's something we're gonna be looking at and bringing it back to the court. So Sean, if you and Joey and everybody else get together, I don't care if it's under me or whoever it's under, as long as it works. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I don't want them headaches, but if I have to take them, I'll take them. But that's something we got, want y'all come up with that report and see what we can come up with. Anything else? Anybody got the restroom key?
Yeah, I do. I need to be excused.
All right, take two. What about it?
The board can make a motion for a recess.
No, we're not gonna recess.
We're on item 37.
What are we on here? Brad here?
I am.
Well, I'm not gonna, well, just say, the Career Center, you know, it's open and going down there pretty good. You guys show me how much. Just let you know, everything's going good. Brad, no problems in there, is it?
No, you know, Career Center, you guys know, we moved back down what they used to call an unemployment office. They took it, come in, basically the whole right-hand side of the building, and adult ed is using that side of the facility as well, plus one more room on the left side. Of course, we got the corner in there as well, and some of Joe's people, we got United Recovery in the back. So that building is being utilized now a lot more. We do have a couple of roof leaks and we're working on.
Yeah, I got
Keep chasing.
few minor leaks, but really that building's in pretty good shape compared to most of them.
You know, Brad, y'all went through it a month and a half ago and redid all the floors in it. Pretty much cleaned up everything that was going on down there. Joey's in the back office back there. He's got a staff. It's kind of like Station 3. I don't know if y'all are aware of that. It's on Boston Road at the Career Center in the back room. In case the ambulances need a break or whatever, they've got a room dedicated right there for them to have lunch or watch a little TV between runs or whatever.
I have 4 trucks, okay. That 4 truck is there.
I didn't know if y'all knew that or not.
I did not.
Well, and then the second, let's see, the fire departments, I met with all of the fire departments. Joey might be up there, and then Sean and Joey and me and all the chiefs, and except for, I think one wasn't there too, but it looks to me like we've got a good rapport, and a lot of good communication with all the fire departments, which made me feel real good. I think they all got a very good working relationship. Not to throw anybody under the bus, but in the past years or years ago, there was a lot of friction there to me, or I know it was. I feel really good about it.
Inter-county or city-county?
All of them, everybody
Okay.
was there. The hospital was there also, he just got appointed. And, but anyway, I felt real good about that. I think Joey did, and Sean, I think, during these policies and reviews, we're talking about, we're gonna try to work on a bunch of that, so. The number 28, I've shared this with the magistrates and a few other individuals to just let everybody know that eventually one of my goals is to get, and I'm not going to give you this copy that I've had kind of laid out because I think we'll have to change it, to try to get all the county services. Everybody knows what kind of shape this building's in, with the judge's office, courtroom, occupational, try to get the plumbing, environmental down with occupational, and have the planning and zoning, the grant writer, Rhonda, Carol, everybody under one, and maybe look at, try to put the, if we need to go further, maybe get the county attorney there. Jeanette's, the PBA, have them all under one house. And then when we do that, if we get, I've got some plans going forward, just for open discussion, everybody know that. There will be some buildings for sale when we do that. sure I'll be getting a lot of questions, but I'm not prepared to answer them right now. Going forward, the New Haven, I've already discussed that a little bit. I met with some of their people down there trying to get some grants for them already, and I'll get a hand on that eventually. I'm gonna go to number 30, Feeding America. They do that, I guess, once a month.
Yes, third Wednesday of every month.
I've got more thoughts about that, but everybody, some people love it, some people don't, it's fine, but I want to move that to a private group at some point. So if y'all got anybody looking around and thinking and kind of manage and oversee that, it takes about 3 or 4 of our guys out of Brad's department they bar more than one day a lot of times. I mean, we lose probably 2 days, several employees down there that's helping oversee and manage that. It's cost us not a lot of direct money, but a lot of indirect money. And I just want to make sure that we got somebody that can help eventually look at taking that over. And, yes, sir.
I know we've used historically over Hardin County for Feeding America over there. We have used supplemental inmates to help with, not run the place, but to give, give help out.
Labor, the prep work.
As a jailer, I'd be willing to do that as well.
I'm just letting everybody know what my direction, what I'm thinking of moving on this. If anybody got any suggestions, they can let me know.
So who's currently in charge of that?
I think the county judge is.
That's what I'm-
I got too many other things to do. Let's move on to the old courthouse renovation. This place here is in terrible shape. Get on. A lot worse than I thought. We got a beautiful outside of this courthouse. It's draws a lot of people downtown, and it's beautiful. I met with Rick downstairs, Ricky and Carol. There's leaks around everywhere. There's a lot of problems here in the walls, internally in the attic, and leaks, and it's just plaster. HVAC system is in bad shape. We got the old boring system, tied into it. Just like I talked to Jan about it, there was $100 million in that fund. We could have got some, maybe not, but with all the connections we've got through some of the leadership, I think we have a lot of potential to do that. What I'm asking the court for is, we've already met with Chuck Russman, Brad, and Nikki and I a couple times. We've already got a lot of this cleaned up now, but try to do it right. Is that Band-Aid going to stay on it? I don't think so. It's going to cost, well, I haven't got a report back. You got a report back here from Chuck on preliminary stuff?
For the assessment report we talked about? I have not.
All right, so what we got to do is he's going to give us a report, kind of tell us how much it's going to cost to get somebody prepared to do the report. So in other words, they got to get up in the attics, they got to get on food trucks, a lot of leaks, tuck point. They got to come up with a plan. Before they even come up with a plan, they got to spend a lot of money with staffing to even do that. So we got to pay for that up front. And once we get that, then we got to go out and get an engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, on to get a set of plans. Because like Jan said, and she can correct me on that, is you got to have a set of plans either shelf ready or shovel ready. When they say, here's your money, go. Now downstairs, the tourism, I guess, I don't know which one. We've got several groups, they got some money in their budget, and they want to do some remodeling downstairs. And I think it's fine to me, but I put them on hold because hopefully we do all that in one ball of wax and maybe use some of their money to help pay some of the grant money, because usually we're 80-20. So just let everybody know my thoughts, what I'm trying to do. What I'm asking this court for today is to give me authority to work with Chuck, and I don't know, I don't have a number I can bring up here. The next meeting, I guess I'm going to have something for you. Try to have a number what it's going to cost to get the plan started. I hate to even give a number about what it could be when we get to set of total plans, because I'm working with an architect right now at St. Gregory's we're going to have on the school. And I already know what we're doing down there, and it's kind of similar. So it takes a lot of money up front before you can start raising it down here on grant money. So, Rhonda, I put her name on the treasurer out there too. And I probably left some offices out. PBA, I can go on, there's a lot of things. So we're out of room. The theme here, I think everybody's talked about it, and everybody can see, is everybody's out of room, everybody's understaffed, and everything's leaking. And, trying to coordinate this stuff, getting it all, of course, who's gonna pay for it? Everybody's first question, where are we gonna get the money? No keeping no rest, can't do that. But we got some plans moving forward to try to do some of this.
But you're not bringing anything today, because you don't know how much it's gonna cost.
I'm gonna bring it to the next meeting, and get you a little bit better, cost analysis, because these holidays, I haven't had, everybody's out. So. The IT, number 32, and I can talk about, again, between the IT side of it, computers and phone lines. And I've talked to Ms. Jeff, Jan, Rhonda, every department, everybody is, we're way outdated. I'm a computer specialist, but I don't want to tell you how to do it. Anyway, the phone lines, and we're paying, the amounts we're paying on phone lines is just ridiculous. And I've already reached out to the people to start, so what I will do, I'll come back and get a committee to review that, and somebody that understands it all, and get together so we can come up with some plans about trying to get a contract instead of paying.
Yeah, that was a comment I had earlier. If you look through the budget, every office is paying 500 plus for phones. And we're duplicating that dozens of times. So surely there's got to be something where we can consolidate this, and either it be, you can run it through the computers, or you can make other concessions that would get it down to where we're paying, because half that's base fee on stuff, and it's very expensive.
Well, like I say, we get into that, I'm trying to rush through the rest of this, just because some of that I'm gonna bring back to you, but I'm just letting you know what I'm doing, trying to be open about everything. The next one, 33, I think by, I don't know if that's administrative code or just by order, Rhonda, they have to appoint, I know I have to appoint the HR or the administrative assistant. And I'm recommending bring Carol Bryant there, Rhonda Fitman as the treasurer, Brad Spalding as the county road supervisor. Want to change his name to county operations manager. Where he'll be directly working under me also. I guess I don't want to say he'll be a deputy. I'd like to set it up where John is directly under him, assistant county operations manager, which he's still doing the landfill. And the reason for those two basically is it's like, I'll come on down, Joey Pruitt, EMS, EMA, which he already is, Jonathan Hendricks, and he would be the deputy EMA director, which he is, Joey Spalding, deputy EMA director, which he already is. And then we're assistant to Joey under the EMS would be Eva Pruitt. She's not a direct assistant, but she's an assistant to him, which she's helping me out anyway. And Logan Spalding is county building and code enforcement officer, the director.
Do you need a motion on that?
I don't know if I need a motion on all of them, can I combine them all together?
If they want you to approve all of them, they can approve in one motion everything. If they want to change anything, then they make separate motions for that.
I'm not gonna let them change anything.
Yeah, right.
You know what?
The reason,
If I'm not mistaken, I think that we're required statutorily to have a county engineer or a county operations manager. Is that true or not?
County engineer, you gotta have a road supervisor or a county engineer.
yeah, they used to say county road supervisor, and because Bobby wasn't, he was not an engineer.
Either or.
Either or.
If it's just a road supervisor, you gotta pass a certain test in order to.
So one of them's gotta be, somebody's gotta be that,
With
right?
that name, probably, yeah.
How long do we have to do this every year? Do we have to do it every term? Every twice?
This
Huh?
is
We've always done it at the beginning of every term.
standing, it's a standing order, basically. I know by statute, I have to do those two, and then Fiscal Court has to do the treasurer, I think, that's by statute. The reason I want, because Joey, he's got two backups, and I want him to have a backup with Eva, in case something ever happened to him. Emergency, the same way with, I think Brad has enough knowledge to run the landfill, he's been out there a long time, but, and John helps Brad at the county side a lot, but I want to make sure they're all, the glove, fits the ball, where they're all, in case we have a disaster, somebody dies, gets killed, quits.
Cross-training.
You know what I'm saying, cross-training and everything, so that's my goal, basically, where everybody can do, work with each other. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I'll just, for the record, since, for the record, my title has been emergency services director. So I accomplish more than just being a, so just having it in the record.
Emergency service,
Emergency services director.
He's got about 9 titles.
well, the EMA you have to have by law.
But the emergency services director encompasses both of those, plus I take care of some of the radio stuff on his vehicles, I take care of the radio communication tower, weather siren,
So what you're saying is it's legally okay to do it as the emergency services director?
All right, put that down. Joey Pruitt, emergency services director, and EMS director, right?
which, yeah, it's all encompassing.
Okay.
And I'll make the motion to accept all of them into their
So wait a
position.
minute, we're not gonna, we gotta get them all right. Emergency services director, got that? Jeanette?
Do you do the EMS director also, or is it all under that?
Put it all in one?
It's all encompassing that one, when I do my report, it's emergency service director.
Emergency services director. Let's start up top. Carol Bryan, HR manager, administrative assistant. That's what her title was before. Y'all good with that?
Good with that.
Rhonda Fenwick, treasurer.
Maybe good with that.
I'll put more with her. Treasurer, backup, anyway. Brad, we'll call him the county engineer and county operations manager / You good? Huh? John, assistant engineer, county operations manager. Joey Pruitt, we already said whatever word you call it. Jonathan Hendricks and Joey Spalding will be assistant to Joey. Everybody got that?
Officially called deputy.
Deputies instead of assistants, I'm sorry. You told
So
me
if you're not in town, Joey, could one of them take over?
Like, we're all trained the same, we all have the same training.
Everybody, go ahead, I'm
So
sorry.
Eva and Jonathan Hendricks will just be assistant.
No, either.
No, Joey Spalding and Jonathan.
Jonathan Hendricks and Joey Spalding will be a deputy.
Assistant EMA director.
No, as assistant, what you call it?
No, deputy EMA director.
No assistant.
EMA is what you call it?
Well, EM is
EMS.
a drop association law.
Okay, and then the Logan Spalding, now let's go back up. Eva Pruitt is gonna be an assistant to Joey on the EMS. Just an assistant to Joey, which she already does now. And Logan Spalding is the county building and code enforcement director. Is that long enough to, is he here, he left? Now, make a motion to accept all those.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Metcalf, second by MT. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Fiscal court meeting. I'm proposing to have all the meetings on the first and third Tuesday of every month like we are. First meeting of the month, we'll have it at 9 a.m. as we are, still do. And proposing to have the third meeting of the month at 6 p.m. It'll be a little bit better for the public that can attend, that it can't come in the mornings. Be a little bit more open. The fiscal court approves this, administrative code will have to be revised. This will take effect in February.
Can we try this, Judge, just to see? Because we're going to have a lot of salaried employees that work all day long, and then they'll have to come back. They're barely going to get home, have to turn around and come back. I was counting a while ago, there was 11 salaried employees in here this morning.
I gotta do the same thing. Don't bother me.
Yeah, but your salary, you're not an hour.
Question,
What else?
could they provide those reports to us in a report form? I mean, we get it from most of them anyway.
I'm just saying, we're taking time away, their precious time with their family. I'm not against, I'm like, me and Jeff talked yesterday, I'll meet whenever so choose one of you. I've never had, the first person in my 12 years, why don't y'all have nightmares? Never.
You have 11 hourly here today?
Huh?
You have 11 hourly here today?
11 hourly here today.
That's 44 hours overtime.
Yes. And if you get in that 6 o'clock night meeting, it's gonna be overtime pay.
We're gonna get home at 2:80.
I'm just thinking it's food for thought.
Administrative code and try it. I don't
Let's
have a
try
problem trying
it. You know, if we get a lot of public
Administrative
intake,
code.
I don't wanna take their family time away from them no more than we do.
but.
Well, that's what I was asking, you
District
you would
one's
know
opinion.
more than I. Is that required for them to be present?
No, not really.
So we can take their reports via paper or email and have them for the meeting
Yeah, they
without
have it
them being
before,
present.
they've done that before, they send in an email, say if you can't be here at a meeting and Brad's gone.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, is it wouldn't necessarily be, they had to be here every single time.
Evaluate any time, right? 6 months down the line, we can just say.
We can change that.
But the 9 o'clock when they can all be here, the 6 o'clock when they can submit.
Submit their
Right.
reports.
Yeah, but the 6 o'clock, like, go back like Jeff said, it's probably gonna be overtime hours.
Yeah.
It's taking time away from their family. We'll put a survey out and see what the public wants. Like I say, I've been here 12 years. None of my constituents, zero.
During the
Never asked
campaign,
me.
the only people that asked were the media.
Yeah, I had zero. I'm just thinking for our employees.
I've had a lot of people ask, I mean, a lot of it countywide, you just in one district.
Right.
But I want somebody to make a motion to approve that, and then we can always bring it back again for discussion.
As long as there's a minute to it.
Meetings, schedule.
Jeff Lear has made a motion to approve it, and Wheatley has seconded. Any more discussion?
Does it need to have place and work?
I don't know, does it have to have a place in it?
You have to have a regular scheduled meetings, and you have to announce where they're being held. It's in the administrative code now, up here on 9 o'clock a.m. So you're just gonna be admitting the language to change the second meeting to 6 o'clock here. If you wanna move it somewhere else, you're gonna have to adopt that as a
So it just has to be published
Yes.
in the appropriate manner.
Don't really have to be published, does it? I mean, you have to put it out to the meeting, I guess.
Well, that's public, it's a special meeting.
We don't need a location on that.
Judge, are you doing a 6-month trial? Do I need to add that?
I don't think that language needs to be in there, we can come back.
We can come back and change it
anytime.
You're changing the county's administrative code, so until you change it again, it's a permanent change.
Right.
So, yeah.
So we can come back and
We
change.
can come back and change it anytime we want.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It starts in February.
Starts in February.
One reason he's talking about the change, because sometimes you can have special meetings, we've had passed at the Civic Center, we got hot topics, some kind of big zone.
Special meetings, I've
You got to announce that.
24 hours prior.
24 hours in advance. And that's one thing you need to talk about in your next item.
Right. Next fiscal court meeting, I'm gonna be out of town at 17th, there for about 3 days. I had on here moving into the.
You have a motion to move the next meeting, January 24th, 9 a.m.
No, ma'am, I'm moving it again. After I got looking at this thing, because I don't wanna have another 3 or 4 hour meeting.
We either.
I wanna get this stuff.
I'll make a motion for that.
Yeah, right.
I'd like to move it to January 13th at 9 a.m.
January.
Anybody can be out of town?
That's a Friday.
Friday morning, 9 o'clock.
I'm okay.
Make a motion to move next meeting, January 13th, 9 o'clock.
Continue good. Motion from Lear. Second from Wheatley. Any more discussion? All opposed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now that will be a special meeting, and when I do the agenda, so y'all send me anything you're thinking of, or what you need to put on it, and that way we can get through it and
Get posted.
So what do we need to do to make that change in public?
So you're doing a special meeting on the
That would be-
January 13th?
Well,
No, it's just a regular meeting.
No, it's a special meeting, because right now our ordinance says first and third Tuesday, so we're changing it.
Got it.
So we have to do a special meeting.
Chip here.
yes, so any other meeting scheduled is going to be considered a special meeting that you have to propose an agenda, it has to be out within 4 hours before the meeting, or you make it stick to it, you can't change it any longer.
That's the only thing we can talk about.
Got it. So what's on there?
Whatever's on the agenda is the only thing we can talk about.
Everybody understands that. I'll get an agenda out, but y'all get anything to me you want between now and then, we'll talk and address some of these other issues.
Are we required to have another regular meeting for that month?
We can only have one meeting. We can have one every two.
But right, but our current administrative code has us
You can
having
also make a
two.
motion to cancel their next regular meeting based upon his absence.
So we need to do that.
Yes, I think it wouldn't hurt to have that motion on the record.
All right, I need to get a motion on the floor to cancel our next regular scheduled meeting, which will be what day?
17th.
17th, whatever it is. Need a motion to cancel that.
I'll vote to cancel.
Jeff Lear made a motion to cancel it.
Second.
Snow second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Jeanette, you got that? The next proposed resolutions and discussions, this is just for discussion only. I talked to Mr. County Attorney about this, I discussed it with all the masters briefly. What I would like to do is fiscal court adopt some resolutions, make a statement basically. As you can read them, A, B, C, D, E. Fiscal court does not support installation of Narcan vending machines with free Narcan in Nelson County. Fiscal court supports the resolution that we are pro-life. Nelson County Fiscal Court supports the resolution against government mandated business shutdowns. Fiscal court supports a resolution that does not mandate requiring citizens to wear masks. Fiscal court supports no mandates requiring citizens to be vaccinated. Now, we can talk about this today, bring it up, y'all want to debate it, or you want to move on, just give you something to think about. I'm going to probably table it for now.
I think we need to think about it.
Let everybody discuss it and come back with some,
It's the benefit of the court and the resolution.
it's a strong statement that we do, what's your favorite?
On resolutions, it's signed by the judge but approved by court?
Correct.
Jim, explain to them what resolution is, if you don't mind, please.
It's a statement that you're adopting, a position statement that fiscal court votes on, and then the judge would sign, and it's largely symbolic. Obviously you can't overrule what state law or federal law says about anything, but it's just basically you're taking a position, this is how Nelson County Fiscal Court feels, and, the judge would just sign a resolution based upon whatever you all decide to put in it. I can't guarantee the outcome of the court, but
Yeah, it doesn't look like teeth, but it lets you know where you're supposed to.
I know, I've already had 2 calls about the Narcan.
Well, we talked about that. Let's don't get into any discussion on this today. I'll give y'all something to think about. I'm presenting that to you. And y'all think about it, talk about it. We won't bring it up on the January 13th special meeting, but we will bring it up in February. Let's see. Any other matters for staying in discussion?
Got a person in the audience.
I'm gonna hear about next. One other thing I added here that I'm gonna be working with animal control, the department. I've already asked for some information. There's some changes that need to be made out there too, that save the county some money, I think. So let everybody know that, for public record. Nothing to be done today. Now, the public comment administrative, it's in administrative code with the guidelines. County attorney over here says it's already in there, that we can allow 3 minutes for individuals to speak, 5 minutes for a group.
right, it's currently in code.
That's currently in the code already, and there was changes. So I'm not going to change that, I'm not going to suggest to change it, but I want to make sure we allow people to speak at every meeting. Mr. Thrasher has sent me a text, asked to speak, but is he still here? He is not here. Does anybody else wish to speak? Bring up some discussion. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Kelly, or Ms. Hart.
I would just like to address the first thing that you were wanting to do a proclamation or resolution.
Come up here a little bit when you hear his fans, please. I can't hear much.
I just wanted to address the Narcan vending machine.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand the hesitancy and the opposition to it, because initially when we formed NelCare, I learned about the needle exchange and thought that was a bad program as well. But over the 2.5–3 years that we've been holding our nail care meetings and learning more about it, I've changed my mind. So I just ask that you all not take any action on it, that you send me any concerns that you might have, that we can answer those concerns and have a discussion before you take any formal action on it.
Will you do the same to us? I know the one that they put out, where was it at, Meade County?
Vine Grove.
Vine Grove.
Yeah, Vine Grove. It 2 hours later, it was empty.
Right,
2 hours.
right.
I mean, does that get sold on Facebook? There's no way that many needed that many in 2 hours. I'm out here. I'm like you. I need to get educated on it more.
Right.
And I'd appreciate what you may learn between now and then and to help me. I'm the same way with the needle thing. I thought it was crazy. But all of our sanitation workers that had to go out there and pick up all the trash, all the kids, 4-H clubs that went out on the side of the road and picked up things, I said, I'd rather have a spot designated for them to put that needle than just throwing it out that window to infect your kid or your grandkid or your wife or whoever.
Excellent.
I'm like you on the needle exchange. First I was a no, 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 no. But after I got educated on it a little bit, I changed my mind.
But are there still needles being thrown out?
There probably
There's
is.
still being.
How you gonna stop that?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
But think about it, if we stopped one,
Yeah.
and it kept your granddaughter from picking up 4-H and getting her infected, my God, that program is worth it.
That's excellent point, Pete. So I just ask that you not take any action until you share your concerns with me and we talk through those.
text me at some point, and I'd like to get you on the special meeting agenda made.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public, any comments? It's about 10.
Maybe Brad's got his hand. What's it?
No.
Both hands up.
Motion to adjourn.
How much to make that motion?
How much?
Jeff, Eugene, second. All in favor, do I have to have a,
Oh
all in
my
favor, say
God.
aye, Lane? All right.
Too tired.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
I'm not gonna let us TV.
See you, Justin.
Yeah.
On count of three, on three, look at me and have your eyes open. 1, 2, 3.